see him. Well, come on, Craig. Interesting. He ain't there yet, but we are. Ping, we can do that. So for those of you who just joined us.
Okay, I need to see if I've got sound here.
Anytime a new member joins our network, so we ping them in, and that sounds like that right there.
Can I hear anything?
So welcome aboard, new member. If you have not received your invitation here in the next little bit, check your spam folder. When you sign in on the network, it's going to ask you some questions. First thing is, do you want GPS? Say yes. Say GPS in the background. Say yes. And if you want the app to operate in the background, say yes. Then also you only want
can you hear me?
Be either available or busy.
I've been having sound issues with the green.
As far as your status, if it's anything other than that, you will not get the news.
All right, Sock, I got sound. I'm here to leave, but I can't hear me. Okay, good. I got sound.
That's not true, Pike. Paul Begley doesn't know what he's talking about. Paul Begley's full of shit. There are two. There is a Global Hawk over North Dakota, but you can see right there. And there's a C-17 right there.
Hi, guys.
And there's a Global Hawk right here over North Dakota. And there's a C-17 right there. So again, proof Paul Begley has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Paul Begley should listen to me as opposed to people listening to Paul Begley, because he has no idea what he's talking about right there. We've been tracking this for hours. Paul Begley comes on now. We've been at this for over 2 hours. Where was Paul Begley 2 hours ago?
Lee's channel.
He was asleep in bed. Somebody woke him up because they're watching Lee Wibarger's broadcast.
I gotta find it. It's right.
Paul Begley is in my chat.
Okay, good.
The Paul Begley is in my chat.
Hi guys, y'all should be seeing Lee's screen right now.
It's Bradley, not Begley. Oh, I can't read. It's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I had that issue too.
Sorry about that.
It was Mary. All right, guys. So what we're seeing here.
No, it's just one blank.
What we're seeing here is in the United States.
Paul Bradley. I was talking about Paul Begley, the preacher.
There are 2 military aircraft.
Yeah, Paul Bradley, there are 2 planes. There is a Global Hawk, which is unmanned. It's a drone. It's a surveillance aircraft. It's north of all of our nuclear missiles in North Dakota, and it is circling here.
I'm Mary. Thank you.
And down here is a C-17. You like Paul Begley? Bill, is that what you're trying to say?
Probably because the way I got my speakers turned.
I'm dealing with bifocals all the way across the desk.
Lee's broadcast a lot
But
louder than my
Paul
mic
Begley.
side.
I see how you are, Bill. I see how you are.
Turn it down. The other speaker. Can y'all hear me better now? So I'm looking for confirmation. You can hear me better. You should be able to hear us both. That's balancing.
Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that.
I'm watching you both. That's good, Tammy.
Whatever that may be.
That's good. Watch hours goes for me. So you can hear us both.
I don't know Ed, so I can't talk about Ed.
Yeah, I turned down his volume just a little bit, but it's probably still coming in loud because I know that's pretty loud.
Oh, you probably got it from me, Bill. That shit rubs off.
All right, so what's going on, guys? Lee called me earlier before we started this cast.
Because that's a preacher.
Very good. And at the time, there was only one U.S. military aircraft in the air, and it was that Global Hawk drone over North Dakota.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Since then, an aircraft has launched from Pope Air Force Base, which serves Fort Bragg, and is booking right now, probably on its way to Europe.
It's Monday. There's
probably carrying special forces. But when we first called me, there was no manned military aircraft the United States flying, which is unheard of. As soon as he told me that, he called me when I was in a live cast simultaneously on this channel and on my Silverhead News
Get
channel.
over it.
I come back live here because more of you are subscribed to this channel and more likely to see this. Uh-oh. I'll have to mute that. I'll get a strike for that. We don't mind playing that kind of stuff, but I can't do that. Yeah, that would definitely be a hit on my channel. Yeah, this is a heck of a way to start a Halloween, right, guys? So, hopefully you stop the music. Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, you stopped the music. Oh, there it is again. So listen, guys, here's the deal. Lee called me and told me immediately, says, Greg, there's only one military aircraft in the sky. And I thought, uh-oh. And he says, a Global Hawk. I said, that is not good. When you look at the position of this aircraft, here's what that means. This is right north of our missile fields. We got missile fields in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana. We have SAC Air Force bases. That's their strategic Air Force bases. They have the B-1, the B-2 coming online, and mainly the B-52s, like Minot and what's the other Minot? And there's another one up there. I get brain locked right now. It's 3:17 in the morning here. If everything is clear, we should see some aircraft taking off on the East Coast in about 45 minutes. If we don't, that's not a good sign. But I've never, ever, and neither has Lee, ever seen a situation with no manned military aircraft in the air over the United States, continental United States. And that's where we were. Now, we got one crew out of Pope Air Force Base, Fort Bragg, probably Special Forces, bucking out to the east right now, probably heading to Europe, most likely. But just one aircraft. If I were a commander over all these forces, and if I had the Three Dog Night, that's a cold night, Dr. Truth. That's what that term come from. Oh, is that who was playing? The band. They got their name from a African tribe that said, when we got cold, they'd throw another dog, dog in bed with them, throwing another dog to get warm. And a 3-dog night was a really cold night. So they named their band that. But so guys, if I were concerned about a strategic missile strike, I would put all my aircraft on the ground so they wouldn't be taken out by an EMP. And I would have something flying around looking for stuff in the north. And this is the exact posture I would go into if I were expecting a strategic missile strike from Russia. Who's that talking? I'm talking right now. This is Greg Allison. I am showing video from Lee Wilbarger's channel. I was in here jointly with him, but I couldn't play my camera and show you what he's got on his screen unless I had to close my camera. Now, I could reopen my camera and be on this channel, but I can't do it while I'm broadcasting at the same time. I can't dual use my camera. So that's what I'm doing. Hey, Broken Fish, how you doing? I shared it on my late dad's Facebook page. I live in Virginia. Okay, Mary. So I'm gonna see if I can turn his audio back on. If he's not playing music, we can listen to it. He's still playing music. So I can't do that. I said one's the only number because there's only one aircraft up over the United States. Except now we do have that one air. What's coming out of Pope Air Force Base is a C-17. That's a C-5 Galaxy is the only larger plane for military transport, but the military really likes the C-17 now. And they are that could be a troop plane, could be loaded with special forces coming out of Fort Bragg. That's what I'd expect. So this is a strategic situation. It's a situation of strategic concern when you've only got initially one military aircraft airborne that was unmanned. Now that one coming out of Pope Air Force Base is probably on a very specific strategic missile. It may be and is likely to be special forces, a very highly trained emergency response crew. Lee may be talking about it. He's got a cursor on. Let's see if his music's still playing. No music. Okay, good. We can listen to Lee now.
I didn't know Art Bell personally. I did a couple of his shows. I did one with Art Bell, and I did 3 shows with the Art Bell show, but one of them was with Art, and then the other 2. But one was with an alternate guy. I can't remember if the third one was with Art or not.
I don't know about Art Bell, but anyway, so guys, now if you look in the lower left-hand quadrant of the screen, I don't know if y'all can see it around my red line here. There is my cursor is circling this right now. There is a point right here. This is a ground vehicle, a security vehicle at Dallas Airport. He's got his transponder on. This screen, for some reason, not showing the drone, but it's showing up here and here. All right, looks like there's some activity in Europe right now. I told Lee if he needs me, he can call me. I mean, this got the point. I was actually checking Windy. I was checking my application Windy out to see where the winds from Redstone Arsenal were going. I looked at ground level and I looked at in Facebook jail. Telling too much truth, Tammy. Baumgartner. Are you related to the Baumgartner? It jumped out of the balloon, Tammy? Are you related to Felix Baumgartner, the highest jumper in the world, who is probably travel faster than any other human being unaided by an engine because he fell from 20 miles from a balloon? Right now it's 4:22 on the East Coast. Yeah, there should be aircraft hitting the sky there in about 38 minutes, about 5 o'clock. If there's no aircraft hitting the sky in the East Coast, then you need to be really concerned. That's what I'd say. Looks like there's another aircraft showed up on the East Coast. Let me see what he's saying here. Oh, he's not talking now.
Yes, Brian Reinhardt. I did say that the eastern and western legs of that do align with where they're looking at, and they're looking at the missile division.
Yeah. Heck of a way to start a Halloween.
Well, they're talking about 3 Huskies, by the way. Is what they're talking about for 3 Dog Night.
3 Huskies. That'll keep you warm.
Absolutely, Jay. He's one of my heroes. He's not nearly as salty as I am. He's a hell of a nice guy.
Anyway, we've got the C-17 down here, but it looks like there's another aircraft that showed up. But it's real close to the C-17. That's interesting. I don't know if Lee's mentioned that. I could probably switch microphones and ask Lee. So hang on. I don't know if I unmute the microphone.
You don't need any dogs in an igloo to stay warm.
Hey Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's the aircraft next to the C-17, just to the left of it?
That's a KC-46.
KC-46.
Yeah. Not something we want to see. The Pegasus aircraft.
Oh.
Yeah. So this goes from bad news to worse.
More darn drones.
Right. No, it's a refueling surveillance plane.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah. It's a KC-46A.
Oh, Casey. I didn't hear you say Casey. Okay,
yes, KC-46A Pegasus.
Okay. I just heard Pegasus. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah. This is over the United States, folks, is where this is. Sucks. We have one drone, Global Hawk, which we normally use to spy.
Could y'all hear me talk to? Could y'all hear me when I was talking to
for the United States?
Lee?
Unless we're testing them, and this is not one of the normal testing areas for.
I'm not sure Hawks. My microphone can go both ways. Can y'all hear me now?
Testing. We turn on their transponders when they take off. We track the entire flight.
I turned.
Here, the transponder was not turned on until the aircraft was already doing its orbit.
I turned.
And somebody just put in the chat a little while ago that the direction that this is looking is towards Russian missile silos.
So I'm not sure. Did y'all hear me when I was? You heard me both when I was live when I went to sound on him too.
Greg?
Hang on a minute. What'd you say, Lee?
I said that someone in our chat just here a few minutes ago said that the north-south leg of the RQ-4 aligns with the recon angles, followed north, takes you to Irkutsk, the 29th Guard Missile Division, and many SS-25s and RT-2 PMs. And again, I still cannot believe it. We're the only ones who are tracking this shit. There's only 732 people in the channel.
I got 71 on my channel, but we got some of the same people.
Yeah,
we're sharing some of the crowd. I'm not sure how many in my channel are just on mine alone, but so yeah, they're looking for a strategic missile launch from Russia. That's all that means. I mean, you wouldn't put that drone up there unless you were looking for that, and not have manned aircraft in the sky over reconnaissance. You're not until they feel comfortable, they feel all is clear. You're not going to see any manned aircraft in that area flying around unless it's an emergency. Now that plane coming out of Pope, that is a strategic response force, most likely.
That's what I would think, going somewhere for somebody.
Yeah. That is one high priority mission to be in the air in a time like this.
Yep.
Okay, I'm getting some people saying they're just on my channel alone. So it's more than just your number. We got a few more.
Okay.
We got a few more. I've helped expand the awareness verse. So guys, can y'all hear me and Lee too when I got his? See, I muted my mic because I knew I couldn't do the camera video wouldn't work both ways. But I think I can talk on your channel. I'm only here on channel Greg. Oh yeah, okay. He's on the watching.
Everybody can hear Greg. Okay, right?
What's the other channel? Okay, Nick. The other channel is Inventor Lee Wilbarger.
What should I change the title to, Larry?
KLW World News. KLW the World News. Greg, you're working overtime tonight. Yeah. KRW 37. We are in a military posture that would be the military posture I would assume if I were in command of the Air Force or any of our military forces and expecting a missile attack from Russia. We've never seen this. KLW World News. Yes. We have never seen this posture in our aircraft before. No time I can remember. And
all right, Nuke Strike Watch, World War III Missile Watch. That's what I changed the title to because I don't know what else to fucking call it. I've never even thought about titling the show for this.
Yeah, I just called it Military Strategic Posture when I titled mine. Yeah, I was the same way. I was catching what I call this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah, I don't want to overblow the horn, but holy smoke, guys. This is strange. Share the live.
We just had another one show up here off the coast.
Well, I showed them midair. Just turned his transponder on.
New aircraft just showed up here off the coast. C-17 coming in from Europe.
Oh, C-17 coming in from Europe.
I can stream Greg at the same time if Greg sent me something. You can share your screen, Greg. Whatever's on your screen. I'm
sharing your screen.
Oh, okay. Well, then y'all ain't gonna see nothing different.
Yeah, there ain't no point. I'm just showing your screen. Yeah. I might de-share it for a minute and show my windy screen because I was looking at winds from
Greg, what's your channel?
Green Greg's.
He's on Green Greg's on YouTube. Yeah, roger that. We see one more C-17 popped up there. But he's coming from overseas, and all of this might have started after he left.
In 30 minutes, we'll know a lot if we start seeing aircraft pop up on the East Coast. If we do that, it may be all clear.
Yeah, but I can't believe I've been on the air for
2.5 hours.
Is that what it is? Yeah, 2 hours and 16 minutes. And I've known about it for 10 minutes at least before that, because I thought something was wrong with the software. I thought something was, something was a loop. And I tested everything I could test, and it ain't. Everything else is working fine. So that's when I said, "Oh fuck!" I called Greg.
Arnold Smith says, "Can someone ask someone on Lee's channel to let Four Corners report about what's going on? What? Let them know." Four Corners report. It's like it used to be something I checked out. It's ringing a bell.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine out there. I sent it out over the call.
Okay. New Day says this would have been good on Swivelhead News. I put it on Green Greg's because there's more people still here. I thought there'd be more notices going out.
Yeah, you want this to get as many people as possible.
Swivelhead News is still really new, although it might topic wise would fit better there. I'm going to be moving more of my what's going on in the world content to the other channel. Some of this content probably puts Green Greg's at danger of being canceled, and I need that to sell worms. And a few other things.
Yep, you're talking about commercial aircraft, Uber. You're not talking about military aircraft or what's over top of the United States.
Yeah, there are commercial aircraft flying around, but I would not want
to. Yeah, there's all kinds of commercial aircraft. That's the commercial aircraft. We ain't talking about them. We're talking about military aircraft over the U.S.
El Croc, that's correct. There were no manned military aircraft in the air until they launched.
Right there. I'm already tracking reach.
It was zero for quite a little while. Then they launched the one from Pope Air Force Base, the C-17, heading up the East Coast, heading to Europe. And now we got one incoming from Europe. That's it. Oh yeah, and there's that the tanker flight just
well, he hadn't taken off yet. He's still on the runway. All he's done is
he's on the runway? He's not in the air. Oh.
He hasn't even fired up yet. All he's done is turned his APU on.
Okay, got it.
That's all. He's gray. That's why. All he's got on is his APU.
Got it. Okay.
He ain't taxiing or nothing.
So okay. He's getting ready in case he's got to head out.
Right. Which was what I said. When he turned his shit on, he didn't do anything for the situation. He didn't make it any better.
No. Well, heck, I was hoping to see some stuff happening on the East Coast. Well, within 30 minutes, we should start seeing things fly around on the East Coast if things are okay. It's all normal. But this is already unnormal, right?
Oh, This is way unnormal. It's like I said the other night, the first time, it's the least number of aircraft I've ever seen over Alaska, the United States.
Right, Tammy.
It's like 57.
Unprecedented.
Helicopters and so on and so forth.
Least number is 57.
I've never seen one.
Hey, Andrew, thank you for watching both. Rochelle Papetis says, glad you checked back.
I mean, you got the crazy part about this is there's no Coast Guard aircraft.
Hey, Rochelle.
There's no Border Patrol aircraft.
Wow.
There's nothing.
Yeah, no Coast Guard. Now, see, that is, we should have Coast Guard aircraft flying just to do their mission.
But Coast Guard, Border Patrol.
Yeah, Coast Guard.
DHS around New York, DHS around LA. There should fucking be something somewhere.
Right. Of course, if I thought something was going to be popping off, I would be planes on the ground.
Right. And like Mike says, Fort Rucker has a helicopter in the air 24/7. That's pretty much true.
Yeah, I would expect that at Fort Rucker.
Yep.
Nothing showing up.
There might be one or two times that you don't have one in the air, like on New Year's Day or Christmas Day or Thanksgiving Day or something like that, or a lot of people are deployed or bad weather or something. But other than that, there's something in the air. You don't go 3 hours, 2 hours.
Tammy, I get that.
Over Fort Rucker.
Yeah, this is biblical, guys.
There's nothing, folks. Nothing. Not a damn thing.
Interesting, Granny. Well, people see that stuff.
How do you do that?
In war zones, Granny, a lot more.
Everything gets cut off except for two, and it's just
whatever that is.
It's not like they said, well, hey, we're not going to share these IDs anymore because we're still seeing aircraft over Europe.
Okay. So I got a guy in my chat room said, why would they ground the planes? Well, they ground the planes because you expect if you're going to get an EMP, they'll all fall out of the sky. If that's the only reason you ground so many planes. You're trying to protect them from crashing. You don't want to lose your aircraft in a nuclear strike. The only thing flying is a drone unmanned aircraft north of the missile bases and SAC centers in North Dakota on the Canadian border. This is exactly the posture you would assume if you're expecting a missile strike. You got a craft up there monitoring, see what's coming over, and you've got everything else on the ground so you don't lose it. Like you said, oh yeah, that's why I'm live right now.
And shit survives better when it's turned off.
Bingo, exactly. You want to preserve your forces. You don't want to risk losing all your aircraft right now. But we do have one outbound C-17 and one inbound C-17 right now. And that's coming out of Fort Bragg, the one that's outbound. We don't know where the inbound's coming in at. Could be going the same place. But that may be a strategic flight of some type. It may have special forces on board. No, it's not a good sign. That Lee called me up a little over 2 hours ago, about 2.25 hours ago, maybe a little before that. And says, Greg, we just got one military aircraft in the sky. And I go, oh crap. Yeah, I automatically, my mind jumped right here, because this is what I would expect if you thought we're about to get a nuke strike on us. I'm not saying we're going to get a nuke strike, and this could be training, it could be false alarm.
This ain't training.
Yeah, it could be. Well, yeah, there's been a lot of training.
Like I said earlier,
you don't
train for parking your airplanes.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we need to train for that. We haven't parked our airplanes in so long. let's have a training over here. I mean, this sounds like something that comes out of the Marine Corps.
I'm trying to be charitable here.
Practice parking our airplanes. Everybody stay on the ground now. Okay, stay home. Don't come in. Turn your shit off. Don't fly anything. We haven't practiced this in forever.
The
last time they practiced this was 9/11. And you know what? They had a fuckload more airplanes in the sky on 9/11.
Yeah, there's a lot more aircraft in the sky now. Military aircraft were up. There were a lot of military, the civilian aircraft land. Right now, civilian aircraft are up, but the military guys are on the ground. It'd be interesting to see if the number of civilian flights starts dropping off. Maybe there's a bunch in the air and they'll just start not launching planes. I don't know. Or maybe we don't want to tip the hand and scare and panic the public.
They're not going to say anything to the public. That's already established.
So they're flying. So Lee, we're the only members of the public talking this right now.
That's exactly right. They're not going to say a word to the public.
Oh, what's New Day's dream come true? Oh my God.
I noticed that all the military aircraft went dark a little over 2.5 hours ago, about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. So that's basically at 2 a.m. on the East Coast, everything went dark.
2 a.m. on the East Coast. So here's the other thing, guys. This is if you wanted to attack the United States, this on a Sunday morning in the wee hours would be an optimal time, but before 4 o'clock in the morning. So
if you wrote a scenario as to how you would attack the United States, it's playing out now.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you wrote a scenario as to how the U.S. military would respond if they knew that strike was coming, that's what's on the maps right now.
Bingo, exactly.
So you got two possible fucking scenarios, and we got both of them playing at the same time on two different maps. I got two different softwares tracking all this right now, folks, and it all says the same thing. And it's not a glitch because all of the other aircraft in the sky are there. See?
Yep.
That's commercial.
And they don't, and they're not going to tell us, they're not going to alarm the civilian population by telling them about this. You're not going to see this in the news.
Oh no.
It may not, it probably is not even going to be in the news all day tomorrow.
Oh no, it won't.
I doubt if you're going to hear a thing about it. Probably not a peep. We may get somebody knocking on our doors, Lee. Or just broadcasting what's on the internet. Nothing else.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Of course, we are adding a little commentary to it.
Oh, they've heard me before. That's somewhat live from around the White House.
Somewhat live. Yeah, I don't see nothing in the sky.
Nope.
Not a lot of lights on in the White House.
Nope, just one upstairs on the end.
Whose room is that?
I'd have to have a map. It's been too many years. I used to be able to tell you whose room was what upstairs, but I can't tell you anymore. That's the residence anyway.
That's the residence.
And Biden ain't there, so
Oh yeah, he'll be in
he's in Delaware.
Delaware.
That's the executive office building over to the right with the flag.
Charles Stanbury, do we have ICBMs to take out the missiles that may be coming in? The only thing we have that could take some of them out might be the anti-ballistic missile stationed at Fort Greely, but they're not intended to defend us against a full Russian strategic missile attack. We don't have enough to cover that. They were sized to be able to handle an attack from North Korea, not Russia. Russia's got way too many nuclear missiles for the base at Greeley to defend us. I mean,
the inbound C-17 just went black on my other map. Let me see if I can get it back.
Maybe they don't want people to know where they're heading.
No, he's there.
He's
That's projected. There he's back.
He's starting to move around a little bit though.
Yeah.
He's altering his trajectory. Wow, there's not been much change on that map for a long time.
Dude, it's insane.
You would expect some activity.
Yes. At almost 5 o'clock in the morning, there would be something somewhere. It's Monday.
So Mary Bailey, I don't know how she pronounces his name, says, is it normal for foreign planes coming in from one day and leaving the next day? There were several that came in last week.
Yep.
I saw using ABS exchange. Could happen. Oh yeah.
Finally, we're up to 800 people. This is insane. We're watching the U.S. military on a nuclear strike posture, and there's only 805 people in here.
I got 117.
Hit the thumbs up, folks. You're not seeing this anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, hey, I only got 57 thumbs up. I got 121 in my room.
Yeah, hit thumbs up for Greg too.
Give us some thumbs up, guys.
Bringing you the news that nobody else in the world is even covering.
You're not going to see this anywhere else. So Arnold says, yeah, talking about Stacy had the vision. Yeah, we could get something coming out of an EMP attack may come out of the Venezuela, because it wouldn't be. We're not watching it. We got our drone up to the north. You wouldn't know who launched it, even if it did come out of Venezuela. And you knew that, you still wouldn't know who launched it. If I was China at a time like this, if I was wanting to take Taiwan, this would be right when I'd want to EMP the United States, because we'll blame it on Russia.
Yeah.
I definitely, if I was China, I'd be really tempted to EMP the United States right now, or even North Korea. And North Korea has a satellite they might be able to do it with. Just set off an EMP over the United States, and we'd probably go full bore on Russia.
With what?
Well, nothing if we absorb a first strike or an EMP. Yeah, you're right. Now that's another point I made. A lot of people say, well, they won't get us because we'll fire back with their submarines. I go, no, we won't. They won't get the EAM messages. They won't be able to respond. Our submarines will be setting ducks. They won't be able to respond. No, shy threat, no launch has been detected. We're watching for some reason. Our forces are in a posture as if they're expecting a missile launch, missile strike. We do not know why directly. I mean, we can speculate, like there was a lot of talk of Russia attacking Great Britain, and if they did that, they might would hit us. Or we've seen that just yesterday out there. But there's some intel that we're not aware of. It's probably beyond that. There's some intel out there right now that we may never hear it. We may never hear what's prompted this. And you'll probably never even hear that this took place. Could
Right.
weather be, no, weather will not ground aircraft across the entire United States.
Right. Exactly.
Weather is too far different across this country. There's never been a weather event, even in the worst hurricanes and tornadoes. We fly into hurricanes. How many times have you ever flown into a thunderstorm, a heavy one? Guys, there's never a weather event unless it was a solar coronal mass ejection. We might, no, even that you wouldn't ground planes over, because the E1 signal atom is not the problem. The E3 signal from a nuclear is the short range stuff that flies
Right.
avionics. That's what you'd be worried about. Even the sun wouldn't cause you to do this.
No.
But a nuclear fear of nuclear devices is one thing you would ground your aircraft over. I'm not saying it's coming. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying that's what it is. But guys, this is exact posture you would assume if you were suspicious that we were about to get hit by a nuclear strike, missile strike from Russia.
And
China.
I'll be honest with you, Greg. The second I saw it, that's what I thought.
Well, the second you mentioned it to me, what did I say?
Yeah.
I said, "Oh crap."
Yeah. And I didn't say it to my show yet. I wanted to call you first.
Well, what was my first reaction when you said that?
Was this? Oh shit.
Oh, we got a problem. Houston, we got a problem. Yeah, real problem. We're not grounded. This is
No, Roger, this is not on the news and will most likely never be on the news.
No, I wouldn't think it would be.
They're not going to talk about this. And see that you know, I know we're being shadow banned. The numbers are going down on my channel. I'm down to 797. I was at 8 something a little bit ago. This is what's going on in the world.
All right. Area 111 in my channel says we're not grounded. This is a standard nuclear training between US, Japan, and South Korea. Standard training is not you're grounded.
Right.
This is
standard training does not ground every U.S. military aircraft except for one C-17 and an RQ-4 Global Hawk.
Alabama Heartbreaker. How you doing, Alabama Heartbreaker? Let's see here.
Yeah, Alabama's in my chat too.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't do this. It's like this. If I was at Fort Benning and I had an exercise set up for down there this morning, this would never, no other training can interfere with my training unless they're on my range. Training doesn't, you can't call, you can't say, well, we're going to do a nuclear exercise up here in North Dakota, and we want every range officer from every military range in the United States to not have any aircraft flying over any of their ranges while we're doing this nuclear drill up here in North Dakota. That ain't happening. Okay? Because the range officer where we're at would say, fuck you, this is my range, not your range. You stay on your range, I'll stay on my range. When you're my boss, you tell me what I can fly and what I can't fly. Until then, go pound sand. The range officer is not going to listen to some other range officer on some other military base. Range control, exactly, John. Range control is fucking God when it comes to a military base and you carrying a weapon and firing it. If range control says you can, you can.
All right, I want to mute him so I can talk to some of y'all's questions in here. Guys, so the question was about the Doomsday plane. Typically, it's military people on that. The president usually just flies an Air Force One, which is equipped with all the military command features. But the Air Force One, we would not see it. If the president was in the air, you're not going to know where he's at. And if it were a strategic situation, they would probably turn the transponder off the Doomsday plane too. But right now, they wouldn't have any of those planes in the air, I don't think. The risk would be too great. There wouldn't be so many planes with transponders off at one time. I don't think, Benny. Hey, Greg, this is wacky as all. Never seen this in my life. I've been watching these radars for 5 years, says Mike Pie 69. And I live at Fort Rucker for the first 8 years of my life. Never seen nothing up there. Yeah, okay, exactly. Where you at now, Mike Pie? Let me bring Mike back in. I mean, Lee back in. I just muted him so that I could talk to y'all because Lee was busy talking to his guys. And y'all saw a lot of questions here. It hit Oak Ridge, and you had said, okay, Matterman, so you're close to Oak Ridge. I think the main target areas will be the missile bases up near where that drone's flying. That's going to be the main target centers on those missile bases and any submarine bases. Stay fascinating, but it will hit up there first. That's the first place the stuff's going to show up if it's coming. And this is kind of like the Halloween of the. We're on the anniversary of the Mars invasion Halloween thing that took place in the 30s. Orson Welles was reading The War of the Worlds, and people thought we were under Martian attack. So this is scarier. All right, Duck River Mama. Hey everybody. So I'm beside Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Well, I'm about 12 miles north of Fort the Redstone Arsenal, excuse me. So steadfast nuclear alert training exercise between 14 other countries just ended yesterday. Yeah. So what's going on today? And those nukes that were sent into Britain, they're supposedly not getting there till December, but I think that's kind of odd. Hey, Greg, RH area 111 takes Lee's info and puts it out on his puts it out as his own. He and Jeff B. Guy and friends RH said they worked with Simon. Oh God, Simon Parks is fake. We don't listen to Simon Parks. He's part of that thing with the O and a squiggly tail. I don't even want to say it on here. That strange little letter. It's got the piggy tail at the bottom. Yeah, he put out a lot of hooey. Guys, all we're showing you is the military maps and what we're seeing, and what we're seeing is highly unusual. And this is the kind of posture I would expect to see prior to a strike. So DJ True, 25 miles from Fort Bragg, nothing to report. Well, that's good. Do you see anything? We had one flight that C-17 that's going over Newfoundland now. Looks like launched from Fort Bragg or Pope Air Force Base next to Fort Bragg. I used to live right across the entrance from the Pope Air Force Base. Yeah, okay. I'm going to unmute Lee. I was talking to you guys.
Well, you're talking to my guys too, because I didn't mute you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So, that's all right. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we wanted to hear what you had to say. So
all right. Yeah,
I told everybody you don't want to hear what I got to say. That's why.
Well, no,
anyway,
you were so loud. I had a lot of people asking questions, and I thought, well, I need to respond to them.
Well, I figured we could just do both.
Yeah, okay. We'll do that. We'll do that.
And because that way we've got, however many hundreds you got. I got 817 in here.
I got 155.
So the history of this going dark was this went dark about 3 hours ago. So this is when it went dark. So at about 2 a.m. Eastern time, everything went dark except for that drone. And that drone was the only thing that was on the map. And when I saw it, I was like, that can't be right. That's not possible. Something's wrong with the software. So I went over to the other software and turned it on. 2 totally different databases. Guess what? It says the exact same thing. And then I was like, no, that can't be right. Let me look in the rest of the world. There's planes up all over the place, all over the rest of the world. There's not over the United States. And I've been watching this for years. I have this software on basically 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I watch both of these softwares. And I normally have both on during my news broadcast every night. And I have never, ever, ever seen what we are seeing right now.
And we got somebody in my chat saying the same thing, Lee.
Right. 3 hours.
Same thing,
of-
same thing.
Of one aircraft. You know, this is not normal by any stretch of the imagination.
GOS 85 says,
If it were an act of God, then everything would be on the ground, but it's not, because this is the civilian airliners that are airborne, and you can see that there's more and more of those coming up. It's still interesting that everything's black in Washington, D.C., though, because it's almost 5 a.m. So why do we not have any birds flying up, fired up? There's flights that normally come out of DC at 5 and 6 a.m. We should have birds turned on right now. And we have nothing in DC. That's interesting right there. See that? You got aircraft up here.
sitting on the ground.
Yep. There's one coming in, but where is he?
We got one, we got, what airfield is that on the lower left? Is that a
That's
civilian?
That's
civilian.
Newark.
Okay. You can tell by the shape of the terminal there, it was civilian.
Yeah, that's the night that time stood still.
The dawning of Halloween. Holy smoke, this may be a crazy day all day. I gotta step away for a second.
Wow. Just wow. Okay, so for those of you who are just joining us, approximately 3 hours ago, when I was ready to go to bed, leave the studio and go to bed, I decided I'd just check the radar one more time. And we found just one airplane of the U.S. military over the United States. In years and years of watching this, I've never seen that before. The interesting part about it was the only aircraft that was flying over the U.S. was a surveillance drone right here, or right here. Oh, well, they just launched something else. What did they launch? A 135. They just turned it on. Thank God. Or not. Greg's coming back in. It ain't getting any better. They're not making me feel any better that the first plane up is a 135. That's a surveillance plane. So they're getting ready to launch a 135 rivet joint. Or for Greg.
I left the camera outside doing some recording, and I had forgot I had my refrigerator outside, unplugged it, so it wouldn't make no more noise overriding my recording.
So they are launching a 135 out of Oklahoma. Or
Oklahoma.
not, excuse me, not Oklahoma, but Omaha.
Oh,
It ain't airborne yet, but doesn't even show up on the other radar yet because he's still on the ground.
that plane is still there.
Yeah. I mean, it's only done. It had done 4 orbits when I found it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's what's done 11.
Well, you discovered this at 2 a.m. How long do you think if it done 4 orbits, this is going on for a little bit before you found it?
Yeah, it was on its 4th orbit. It had done 3. So, yeah, it's probably been going on for about an
Watch
hour.
them as if they just.
And I was on the air before I counted the orbits. It had probably only done 2 orbits when I found it. Because when I first saw it, I mean, I was like, what are they doing? And then I had to check both of the softwares. Oh, we just got another bird. What is this? MD-10. Come on, guys. Why can't you launch a helicopter? Why can't you launch something that makes it look better?
Should have helicopters over Rucker.
Right. There should be helicopters over Rucker by now.
There'll be some helicopters flying around DC area.
Correct. The only reason this occurs is when you think there's going to be a nuclear attack and you want all of your men on the ground. MD-10 is a fueling reconnaissance aircraft, 2-way communications, can be command and control, can be modular, a lot of things.
Yeah, MP drops planes out of the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, like the only thing we're tracking right now is what's over the US.
I got a guy asking if you're blocked from his channel, Anton Smith.
I have no idea who he is.
There's no idea who you are, Anton.
Anybody that comes into our channel and is an asshole, my mods block them. So if you said something smart ass, there's a good chance you got blocked.
Got the Ukrainian flag in his symbol.
Yeah, don't know. Wasn't me.
There's a Russian flag. I think you might block him.
We don't block people on what their logo is.
Yes,
We only block them on their name and their attitude.
attitude. Some names are blockable. Yeah, some people have offensive.
Yeah, I mean, I had somebody come in and talk about homosexual, anal, whatever in their name, and I'm not. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that either. Yeah, the Doomsday Plan has EMP protection, but if it's up, I think the transponder would be off. And you know, I wouldn't be, even with the protection it have, I wouldn't be 100% sure how effective it would be against an EMP super weapon. So I probably would ground it too for now.
Yeah, if I were the head of the U.S. Air Force, I would have. Oh, and I love it. Our 130 just cut its stuff off.
Cut its stuff off.
Yeah, the 135 just shut down.
The one in Omaha.
Yeah, the one that was going to take off, he just shut off. So I guess he got the memo. cut your shit off. You're not going anywhere.
He must have just woke up and go, oh, I got to get out and get on the flight line today.
Well, if that's what his orders were last night, that he was flying out first thing this morning,
yeah. Somebody
and
said,
nobody gave him the memo.
what are you doing?
Yeah,
Go home.
cut your shit off. Close those doors.
Go in the center here and have a cup of bug juice.
Yeah, that was interesting. So what are they going to do with the DC-10? Oh, he's still sitting there. He's just now taxiing. See, so if he's going up to do what he does, somebody needs to be coming up to meet him. No, I'm eating Luden's cough drops because I woke up this morning with an ungodly sore throat, and I've had a sore throat all day. And now that it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm still talking, my throat feels like somebody's ripping it out every time I swallow. So I'm hoping that a couple of these Ludens here will do something for me here. No, it's just a sore throat from coughing and snoring and talking.
Snoring can do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I sleep with a CPAP some now. That helps on that number.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing how it helps your throat.
This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, and so yeah, the other one doesn't show up yet either. Oh wow, and he's not taking off. He's just taxiing from one place to another. Are you going to take that? There he goes. Yeah, he might take off there now. Out of the south. Out of Memphis International.
Memphis International. Is he a tanker?
Yep.
That's what the military uses DC-10s for.
Yep. Yeah, MD 1030.
Mm.
Oh, wait a minute. Why the fuck is he showing up? That's a FedEx plane.
FedEx plane.
Why is he showing up under military? He shouldn't even be showing up. Nope, he's showing up as a military plane, but he's a FedEx.
He ain't got the memo. Got a
Yeah.
database. You got a database problem.
Yep. So, yeah, he shouldn't even be there. That's because that's normally a military transport. Is why that's showing up. So we still have, then we just have one aircraft over the U.S. because Nova Scotia is not the United States.
That's true. What happened to that inbound flight? Where'd it go?
He disappeared. Let me see if I can find him. No, there he is. I got him on the other map. Hold on. I want to see who that is. That's the Ventura Fire Department.
Is it
So they don't
airborne?
count. There he is. All right. So that's FedEx there. And the other inbound looks like he's coming into New York or somewhere. Nuts. Yeah, they got Fed in their name.
New York could be a diplomat coming in from Europe. On C-17 though. I don't know.
Yeah, not on
I don't
C-17.
C-17, but why would they be going to New York?
I have no idea. Hell, he could be going to Delaware. You never know with these guys.
Yeah. Well, he
And
does
if
like you said.
in New York, you got there's several military bases in New York. So
Yeah, I just wonder what would prompt that.
we have no idea what's going to happen. We had neither Greg nor myself had
That's the
ever
truth.
thought we would ever see this scenario that is before us right now.
No idea what's going to happen, but right now the bets are off because this is highly unusual.
Yeah.
This is the strategic posture. If I were a commander, that I would take if I were expecting a strategic missile attack
Against the United States.
against the United States. Exactly. Against the United States. This is exactly the posture I would take. GOS85 says, my pillow is on that FedEx. It's kind of funny. Somebody might be wanting a my pillow right now.
I did. I wanted one before I saw this.
Jiu-Jitsu for all says he's only on my channel. Okay, thank you for being here. So I got 175 in my chat room.
Yeah, I got 864.
So we got some overlap, but not entirely.
Yeah, it's probably 20 or 30 in there, maybe.
Yeah, so we expanded the awareness a little bit here, having two channels up. Yeah, civilians are flying. We're just looking at the military aircraft. Civilian aircraft, they don't know it. They ain't got no word. I mean,
they ain't gonna tell them either.
No, they don't want to tell them this. If you expecting a missile attack, you don't say nothing. This would put us at DEFCON 2, if possibly.
Yes. I would say we would be there. Absolutely.
This would be a DEFCON 2 posture. If we were at DEFCON 2, this is what it could look like if you are not the attacker, but expecting to be the attackee.
Or one.
Yeah, it could be DEFCON 1. It really could.
Right. I'm saying that this posture would look like this.
The posture would look like this. If you're expecting to get attacked, this is what you would see.
Exactly. There are no military planes in the sky other than a C-17 that's hauling ass out of Fort Bragg, Fort Polk, Fort Pope.
Pope Air Force Base, Fort Bragg.
Pope Air Force Base and Fort Bragg. And then there is an inbound C-17 from somewhere over in Europe. Other than that, the only thing that is airborne is an unmanned drone, a Global Hawk that is flying north of our nuclear missile silos in North Dakota, flying just 20 miles or so south of the Canadian border, and has an alignment that it is looking at nuclear silos in Russia. Nobody has what the Navy's up to. The Navy doesn't even know what the Navy's up to.
Well, if naval aircraft were airborne, you should see them, right, Lee?
Only certain ones, but I'm not seeing any of those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I track naval aircraft, and I'm not seeing any of them.
So Anton Smith says it is DEFCON 2. Well, if we don't know ever really what the real DEFCON level is, but if I were going to be in a DEFCON 2, I'd definitely be in a position like this. So,
yeah, this is what the sky would look like if I was in charge.
Yep. So I had somebody just come in the room asking what a recap what's going on. Well, we are in a situation for the last 3 hours. Initially, we only had one military aircraft in the air, and it was a drone, unmanned aircraft flying north of our missile bases and SAC centers in North Dakota, flying a pattern that would be what you'd expect if you were watching for incoming intercontinental ballistic missiles. And no American manned military aircraft in the air is posture you would assume if you don't want them to be falling out of the sky due to EMPs from either being hit by a strategic super weapon EMP or from individual nuclear blast under an attack. You would ground your aircraft so that you wouldn't lose them. Lee called me about 3 hours ago and says, Greg, there's only one military aircraft in the air. And I said, oh, crap. And then he told me where it was, and it's like, oh, it's even worse. That's double confirmation. No, guys, this is an omen, a very bad omen, or worse. A heck of a way to start a Halloween, but we don't.
This is a hell of a way to start any day. I don't give a damn what day of the week.
That's the damn truth. That's the truth. This is something to get you alert up. If you're not alert over this, then you got no clue, because this don't happen. This is not what you see in military posture on any other day.
Ever.
9/11 didn't look like this.
No.
And no time in the Vietnam War did we have a situation like this.
Nope. Not even during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Not even in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
This has never, ever, ever happened before.
Never. Check that out, guys. Never happened before. So we may be expecting a major missile strike from Russia. Somebody is concerned about something like that. Obviously, that's why we are stood down, or it would seem. At least that's what it looks like.
Grounded.
Why would you ground every stinking aircraft, helicopters, different aircraft? Now, sometimes, you ground a certain aircraft, like the F-35s were temporarily grounded because of the ejection seat issue. That was just one particular aircraft. Cowgirl says, in Arizona, says, I had a bad feeling yesterday. Well, this does not look good at all. And the other thing is, if I were a military and I wanted to launch a strategic missile strike on the United States, I would do it. If I had to do it during the week, it would be when I expected everybody to be pretty much asleep before they got their day started. So about this time would be about as late as I'd want to do it. People on the East Coast
can't believe there's nothing flying.
Yeah. I would have thought by now something would start popping up on the East Coast. I mean, it's more than a quarter past 5 there.
Right.
And nothing's popping up yet. No ejection seat in helicopter. That's true. I was talking about the F-35 tent, right? So
there are ejection seats on some helicopters.
But yeah, but by and large, you wouldn't ground everything,
No.
You would never. There's not a situation that would cause you to ground everything. So when nothing happens again, will you believe all this is a lie? Why would it be a lie, big fellow? But we're hoping nothing happens. I'm not saying something is going to happen.
This is my question to people like him. How is it a lie?
Exactly.
What we're showing you what is going on in real time. We're not controlling this. This is the data.
All we're showing you is the skies of military aircraft over North America. That's the only thing you're seeing here.
And it's not a defect, because there's all the civilian aircraft. There's all the military. There's the civilian. There's the military. And if we go over to the other map, you're seeing military plus these 2 FedEx planes down here, because they're a military type McDonnell Douglas. But that's the military aircraft, and that's the civilian.
And I'm
the
not
software
saying
is functioning perfectly. There's nothing wrong with the software.
And I've not said we were going to get a missile strike. I did not say
Correct.
that was going to happen. Do not put words in my mouth. Don't go out and say, Greg said we was going to get hit. No, I have not said that. What I've said is this is the kind of posture I would assume if I were thinking that was a strong possibility. If I was suspecting that we were about to get hit, this is what I'd do. If I were in charge of the aircraft.
The U.S. government is not going to announce this to civilian aircraft, to ground civilian aircraft. The U.S. government is not going to say a word about this to anybody.
Even after the fact. This never happened. Whatever the case is, tomorrow night, you're not going to hear anything outside of this channel probably about this, unless some other YouTube channel picks up and runs with it. It might be on YouTube or Rumble or somewhere like that. But I seriously doubt you're going to hear this in the news ever. It's real for election day. I don't think so. Although there, some of the politicians might be hoping for a missile strike right about now. Some of the politics. Ian's.
Well, J Command, if it wouldn't have been for me seeing it, has anybody else even reported this on Twitter anywhere? I haven't seen it anywhere. Let me put up here. Let me share this thing out. Maybe I'll get more people who do it that way. Hell, I don't know. I still can't believe there's only 852 people in here.
I'm picking up a little bit. I'm at 187 and it was 188. People are popping in and out. Tammy, they're all liars. Who the liars? The media, military.
Yeah, we're not liars. We just tell you the truth.
And the truth right now is military aircraft are not showing up on these radars, and this is unprecedented. That's our point.
Shot.
That is our point. The military does not want to be in the air. They got unmanned aircraft up in North Dakota. That's very significant because this on the Canadian border in North Dakota, directly between where the Russian missiles would come in and our strategic missile sites. They're in Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota, and our strategic airfield, SAC centers, SAC bases, Air Force bases that launch the B-52s, the B-1s, and such. The B-2 is just coming online, but I don't know if it's actually operational. What do you know about the B-2 yet? In terms of operations, they're bringing them online.
Yeah, and they got another aircraft, the B-21 or whatever that new one is.
Yeah, B-21. That's what I'm thinking about. B-2's there. Yeah, I'm thinking B-21. Yeah, B-2's been online for a long time. So that's the bad.
Yeah, they just redid the cockpit in the B-2 and the
right. I'm thinking B-21.
They created the B-2, and then shortly after they created it, they had to upgrade it with a Panasonic Toughbook. And so here you got all the electronics of this world's most stealthy bomber, and then there's a metal bar sticking up with a Panasonic Toughbook attached to it. It was the dumbest looking thing in their cockpit you ever seen, but that's what they had to do for some of the newer weapon systems because the aircraft wasn't set up to handle them. So they've got all that fixed now. It actually looks like something out of Star Trek now. Saw a picture the other day. And this is still, I'm still flabbergasted here that there's nothing else airborne. It's 5:30 in the morning on the East Coast.
Yeah, I would expect to see East Coast aircraft up by now. So
I mean, what the hell? I mean, I'd expect to even see, something in and around Washington, D.C., and there's nothing. I mean, nothing.
So
how the hell do you do that?
Got a guy just asked, could this be the wind down of the nuclear alert exercise that we just had? No, there'd be no reason to ground everything. I mean, you're talking different military commands. A lot of them are involved in that exercise. You're even talking Coast Guard. Coast Guard flights should be out there right now. Coast Guard and Border Patrol should be watching our coast and borders. They're not even flying. That's what's odd. That is crazy unusual.
Yeah, you don't have to practice parking your airplanes. I mean, the Russians have been doing that for a long time, but
Liffey says, I ought to be ready, not scared. I'm not telling anybody to be scared. And I've always said, never panic.
It depends on what somebody's asking in my chat, but EMP, probably all LED electronics. It depends upon where they are, and what the EMP is.
Right.
And how close it is, how powerful it is, and if there's a wire hooked to it.
How everything's connected up. Yeah, conductive pathways, the susceptibility to the signal from it. from the wires, anything.
Is it
that
inside of a
concerns
metal
them.
building or a wooden building?
Right, a lot of things, a lot of factors come into
Yeah.
play.
Best advice is wrap the device in something that's non-conductive.
Yep,
And then
disconnect
wrap
it.
it. Right, disconnect it, wrap it in something that's non-conductive, then wrap it in aluminum foil, something else that's non-conductive, aluminum foil, something else that's non-conductive, aluminum foil, and then plastic on the outside, or put it in a trash bag. That's 3 layers. The U.S. government military wants at least 100 dB of attenuation. Me, I'm an anal stickler SOB. I want the best that you can get, and that's 3 layers, and that gives you greater than 130 dB of attenuation, which if there's a nuke strike that is close to you and it would be survivable, I want my electronics to be survivable too. In fact, I want my electronics to survive even if I don't. But I never want it to be a case of where I survive and they don't. So I'm a 3-layer aluminum foil. And if you can do 3 different materials, if you can do like aluminum, tin, and copper, that's even better. Oh. Yeah, there's all kinds of commercial flights. They haven't said shit to the commercial flights. There's commercial flights everywhere here. See, look, upper left-hand corner, there's the commercial flights. So yeah, they're flying just like normal because the government isn't going to say shit to them. It's the military that went bink and they're gone.
Well, so we got a few military flights over in Europe.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's stuff flying over Europe. It's the fact that there's nothing flying over the U.S. except for 1 drone in North Dakota. You know, and I told the guys in Washington, D.C., and they're like, ah, it's not like that. Okay, fine. I do this every day. And so I did a poll, and 81% of the people say they have never seen anything like this in their lives. Now, there are always those smart asses and dumb asses. 19% said that, yeah, they had seen this before. And my comment previously was, if you had seen this before, you had to provide a date and a time that you had seen this before, but none of them did that in the chat.
Mhm. Somebody says, do you have an overlay of what a normal Monday morning looked like military wise? Lee said he's never seen less than 57 military aircraft in the air at any
Or
time.
government. Now that includes Coast Guard, Border Patrol, CBP, military flights in and around cities, and then training aircraft. So there's always something up. 57 is the least number of total aircraft I have ever seen. And this is nothing. 1, a drone. I'd feel better if it was a Cessna, because at least it'd be a human in it.
There you go. The fact that we're not putting any flesh at risk says a lot. I don't know, there were military aircraft flying at 9/11. Military aircraft
Yes.
were flying to shut down the civilian aircraft,
Right.
mostly. There was few exceptions. It was not shut down this time on the military aircraft side. Somebody wants to see what it looked like last week at this time. I don't think we can. That's available as a leak. Can you? Is there any time references?
They
This is all
can go
real
back
time.
and look at it. Go back and look at any of our videos.
Yeah, go back and
We
look at it.
stream this. Look,
Look at video from
anybody
last
that
week.
wants to know what this looks like, go back and watch our videos. We normally stream this almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
Yeah.
almost 365 days a year. We've been streaming this almost 24 hours a day until here just a few weeks ago. We were streaming this almost 24 hours a day since February the 24th, when actually before that, before the war even started, because I was the one that said that the war was going to happen. And everybody's like, nah, Lee, it ain't going to happen. Well, guess what? It did. We were the ones that showed it. So we streamed this 24 hours a day and did for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. It's never, ever, ever, ever looked like this. Not once since February has it ever looked anything like this. Ask anybody in my chat. Come over to my chat. There's 847 people in there. A lot of people have been following me for a long time. They'll all tell you this. They see it every damn day that we put it up here.
Damn it, they're just people wanting some assurance.
Yeah, roger that, Jesse. And everybody said I was crazy for predicting that Russians were going to attack. He said I didn't know what I was talking about.
It was pretty obvious when they supplied the blood to the military
Roger that.
hospitals, mobile
Yeah.
hospitals. You
Yep.
don't do that for nothing. Blood is a very serious commodity. It's like, okay, they're going in. And right after they did that, Putin says, okay, we're all going home. We're not going in a bull crap. They're going in right now. That's their fake off. And they did. Right after they said he was going home, they attacked.
Yep.
So when Putin just recently said that they will never use nukes, I'm going, yeah, maybe you will. Maybe that's why he said it. You don't tell people what you're going to do in the military world unless you're Joe Biden. Hopefully his generals won't let him do that. Just keep him in his basement in the wartime so he don't talk.
Yeah.
Give him ice cream and tell him to stay in the basement.
Yeah, I'm at work too, folks. I wanted to go home and go to bed, but that ain't happening. Instead, I'm still stuck here in the studio. I wanted to go to bed 3.5 hours ago. And this is just nuts. Absolutely nuts. How long can you stay grounded for? I mean, we're coming up on over 3 hours. Yeah, we're over 3 hours. We're 3.5 hours at least. Could be 4 hours. What the fuck? It's almost a quarter of a day, man.
Yeah, this is strange. I really thought we'd see something popping up on the East Coast by now. That they'd give it an all clear, and then folks will start getting active. So whatever this is, we don't have an all clear on it yet.
Yeah, the entire airspace is vacant except for a surveillance drone up next to Canada. That's at 51,000 feet and is lined up to look at Russian missile silos in Russia. So, yeah, this is the posture that you would see if you were preparing for a nuclear strike on the U.S. So if China or Russia or somebody else were preparing to hit the U.S. with a nuclear weapon, this is what the U.S. military would have airborne. A drone, not risking any civilians or military personnel, up next to the Canadian border, north of our nuclear silos. This is exactly what you would see if somebody were going to write a movie, went to the military command and said, look, if we were about to have a nuclear war, what would the map look like? You're seeing.
If I were a commander, I wouldn't tell no dadgum producer this. Be showing my cards. Tell them something else.
Well, it's, the way the guys are now, it's unreal. Anything for a movie contract.
Yeah, well, the military people don't care about reality. They just want something that looks good. Sounds good. Action.
Yeah, but you got people like Clancy and others that want the reality of it.
Yeah, well, we got we got Hunt Red October out of him, but not much.
Yeah.
Movie wise, they should have made more movies from his books. He had the best books. Too realistic, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure there are commercial Chinese flights over the U.S.
So one person's asking, can the military be grounded for due to extreme expected solar activity. No, solar has long form radiation. It's not going to affect the planes like an EMP.
Yeah, the worst it'll do is fuck with their GPS.
Yeah. So on an aircraft, you got to mess with your GPS, but on an aircraft, you got to worry about the E3 form, the short wave part of the radiation from an EMP. You don't get that from the sun.
From a nuke.
You get it from a nuke.
And if it were a GPS issue, they would be grounded in the commercial aircraft, and they're not, because that's the commercial aircraft.
So I want to ask if we could see if they launched. We would see them coming over the poles once they started coming in close. That drone up there in North Dakota will probably be the first thing. Well, the dew line, whatever they call the dew line now, they changed its name. There'll be some radar facilities set up north. That drone will see it.
Oh yeah.
From launch time to boom time is about 45 minutes. But you won't know it. You won't see them for the first 10 minutes or so after they launch. So once they start to come over the poles, they'll detect them by the radar installations up in Canada, Alaska, Thule, Greenland. The military know about it. The civilians don't know nothing about that. Now, will they at that point, will they exercise the emergency warning system? I was suppose so, but who knows? Yeah, it was defensive early warning system there, unknown vector, but I think they've re-outfitted it, and I think it's got a new name now.
Yeah, what's going on in Europe is not what we're talking about, folks. What we're talking about is the fact that there's nothing flying over the United States as far as U.S. military aircraft are concerned, with the exception of a surveillance drone next to Canada. We understand there's stuff flying in Europe, there's stuff flying over Ukraine or near Ukraine, there's stuff flying around over next to Japan and all that. That's great. We're not covering that. What's concerning us is the fact that the U.S. is now on a posture that you would expect if we were about to get hit by a nuclear missile. Now, this is what it would look like if you were about to be hit by a nuclear attack. This is the posture that the U.S. government took about three hours ago, and we've been tracking it ever since. It ain't changed. They launched one aircraft, a C-17, from Pope Air Force Base, which is where Fort Bragg is in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Other than that, they haven't launched anything outside the United States.
I used to live right across the entrance from that Pope Air Force Base. The entrance to I was a soldier in the day. I lived in Trader Park right there next to it. And the entrance was right there, directly across from their entrance. And man, you'd hear them run those engine test stands all night. It was a loud place to be. And Lee's screens track the transponders on the aircraft. We don't have any way with these screens to watch missile launches. So if the Russians launch, we wouldn't know it right off the bat. All right, so I hear a C-17 just launched out of McGuire Air Force Base. Can you see that, Lee?
Yes.
There it is.
I'm tracking right there. Okay, Keith, I see that, but even though it's restricted airspace through November 6th, temporary flight restrictions for special security reasons, the FAA, that's over North Dakota, that's not going to ban all military aircraft from flying all over the United States. And we do know that there is an exercise going on. We're aware of that, but the exercise is not the issue. The issue is the fact that there's nothing airborne. All right, thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Yeah, my other C-17 just disappeared. Yeah, this
So-
is nuts.
Some people ask when my aircraft disappeared or landed.
Yeah, the one C-17 that was going out to Europe, he just went off the radar. So,
So
we got two inbound. So if I go here and there,
So when they found this, there were no manned military aircraft in the air, just that drone in North Dakota.
all right. So I'm tracking both of the C-17s now. So that's all we got is those two C-17s and
Inbound.
this. Well, one just took off the others. So one just took off out of Philly here at McGuire.
One from McGuire, okay.
Right. That's the one from McGuire. And then this is the one from over here in Europe somewhere. But see, it doesn't even show his start of his track. See that? Wow, London is, Europe is popping. There's NATO, there's Jake. Jake's still up. Holy mackerel. Jake's been up for 4 hours. Of course, 11's down, or excuse me, 4K12 is down. I don't see,
So somebody's asking if this would be in response to the let's see, could this be a response to the exercise that Russia had known as Gorn or Thunder, which began today. I don't, unless we thought that exercise was going to go live fire. No. Well, Russia's had all kind of military exercises before, and we never had this response. This is something we've never done. We never stood down all manned military aircraft in the United States. See, we're even standing down Coast Guard, Border Patrol.
we're tracking ADSB and we're tracking Flight Radar 24. We're using the best two tracking softwares that money can buy.
Big Fo says it's all a game. Well, what's the game, Big Fo? All we're telling you is there's no aircraft in the sky except one just launched off the East Coast. C-17. We don't know where it's going yet. We got an incoming, and there's that drone flying in North Dakota. You put one of those EMP shield devices on your truck, well, good luck with that.
Roy, I've been a pilot for over 30 years, and I've been tracking aircraft here for over 5. I'm well aware of what I can and cannot see on ADSB.
So we got somebody telling us that I think it's Mary, saying the inbound C-17 came out of Germany, she's saying.
All right, thank you.
That's good enough. We got a lot of bases in Germany.
No, there's no reason that they should turn their transponders off. If you're going to go on a mission, yeah, that's one thing. But to have all of their transponders off flying all over the United States right now would be stupid. Why would you do that?
It's not safe.
Yeah, that's not safe. That way nobody can track you. Nobody can see where you're at.
And that's the answer. Somebody else said it could be a data blackout. That's the answer to that too.
Yeah, it's not a data blackout, because if it was a data blackout, then you wouldn't have the rest of these aircraft there.
Civilian
got-
aircraft are up. It's military aircraft are not.
Yeah. All the military planes that are missing. Same
The
thing. over
military
here.
wouldn't call their hand by telling the civilian world what's going on.
Correct. They're not going to tell the civilians anything. They're civilian. That's military. And how do I know what military is? I personally went through and typed in one at a time all the different types of military aircraft that we have flying in the United States or in the U.S. military, as well as a few Europeans. So that's what's up there. Now, it just so happens these planes down here, FedEx flies a couple of them, and we're seeing them on there. So, because I go by the type of the aircraft. Yeah, it is a spooky Halloween. That's for damn sure.
Oh, good night, Mystic.
Roy, you have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, Roy, if you go back to right after or right before the war started, they were flying drones over Ukraine, and they knew that we were broadcasting what was going on over there. And they put the call letters on the drone aircraft as URKLW because we were broadcasting as KLW World News. We don't do jokes, Dave, especially about something like this.
This says, well, Halloween would be a logical time to send a nuke into the U.S.
This is the perfect time to do that.
Yeah, anytime we're distracted, any holiday, it's not a full-blown real holiday to most people.
Nothing is up, Tim. That's the point.
That's one way to look at it. Thank you, cowgirl. No, sister, no paper bags over the head. Might suffocate you. Guys always tell you never panic.
Right. You
Panic.
just got to look at it.
Panic
what
is
it is.
stupid. You get in trouble if you panic. We don't know what's happening right now. The point we made is lack of manned military aircraft in the sky, lack of military aircraft won't blank on us except for that unmanned drone up there. Now we got a couple of C-17s flying. But other than that, it's the boards are empty here on military aircraft, which is really, really peculiar. If you're expecting you're going to have an EMP event from a nuclear strike, this is the posture you'd take. That's all we're saying. We're not saying it is. We're not saying it's coming. We're just saying this is the posture you would take, and we've not seen this before.
We have one C-130 from the U.S. Air Force airborne.
Where's it
Just
at?
launched from down here south. And it's headed towards Cuba.
Cuba, Guantanamo.
Yep. C-130.
C-130 running down the strip. Everybody one day they're going to take a little trip.
Yeah, you would expect if it were going to be a nuclear attack that the doomsday aircraft would be up. And you would also expect that if that were the case, that the doomsday aircraft would not be broadcasting their AIS or ADS.
Yeah, that's one you would not expect to broadcast.
Right. They would not be broadcasting right now. And guess what? They're not.
Now, if it
Nothing's
was up,
broadcasting right now.
if it was up on an ordinary day, it would.
Yes, on an ordinary day, you would have them broadcasting.
But
Today, nobody's saying dick. That's our point, folks. Everything is turned off. It's either turned off or it's on the ground. We do this all the time. It never, ever, 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 ever looks like what you see right now. Yep, it never looks like this. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I ain't never seen nothing that's like this.
somebody wanted me to finish my song. Stand up, look up, shuffle to the door, jump right out and count to 4. If my chute don't open wide, I got another one by my side. If that one should fail me too, well, move your ass, I'm coming through. That's the rest of the song. Yeah, somebody was putting a couple of more words in there.
Yeah, it still don't make no sense. Yeah, we just got we've got one that's been coming in from Germany, somebody said, and then we got one getting ready to take off. We've got the other one that came out of Pope Air Force Base or Fort Bragg there in Fayetteville. And then now we have a C-130 that has taken off out of Miami, but it's headed due south. And it's a J. So that's a newer, it ain't brand new, but that's a newer 130. Matt, nobody can believe any of this. We do this every day and it doesn't look like this. You do this. There's a lot of people do this every day. It does not look like this. Okay. I mean, never.
Yeah, I've had a couple other people in my chat room say they've been watching stuff for 5 years and never saw this. But then there's a whole lot of people trying to second guess it and say, isn't it this or isn't it that? Or
yeah, well, if it's nothing, then y'all go on somewhere else.
Yeah.
We're just here to show you the truth and show you what's going on in real time. There's no better way for me to explain it than to show you the map of what's doing. I'm not telling you what's going on. You can read the map yourself.
There you go.
You know,
we're just saying we're not seeing the aircraft.
They ain't there.
And
nobody knows why.
That's right. We don't know why. We've said this is a kind of posture you would assume under certain situations, but we have not said that is the situation. Frankly, we don't know, but this is definitely something to get your alert up. Moldova, what happened with Moldova? Russian rocket fell at Moldova, well, I'm reading the same thing. In the North Moldova in the morning, it fell in the village.
Oh shit, that ain't good because 2 rockets also hit Kyiv earlier this morning, right before this.
So Moldova and Kyiv have been getting rocketed.
Yeah, but see, Moldova's not in this war.
That's true.
And the Russians already said, I got intel about, what's today? It's Monday now. So I got an intel on Thursday that the Russian special police were trying to do an uprising against the government of Moldova in Moldova, so that they could try to tie Moldova into Belarus and Moldova into Crimea. Basically the plan I had for the war from the beginning, but I, showed my hand to what my plan was a couple of months ago, because there's no way that the Russians could accomplish it.
All right.
So, and even though they're trying to do it now, is what it looks like. They're still trying to do my plan, is what they're going to try to do. It's not going to work. So they don't have what it takes to do it now.
All right, so Jason Hammett goes, why would our bombers not be in the air if they thought an imminent threat was possible and the EMP would not be able to take out all aircraft? So please explain, trying to understand logic, not challenging. Well, okay, not take out all aircraft, but how many aircraft would it get? The problem is we don't know. But here's another thing you got to bear in mind. The aircraft that are hardened are probably Hardenville Mill Standard 50,000 watts per meter metric. The Russians have an EMP super weapon that can put out 200,000 watts per meter. And there's not, our aircraft are not tested to that. So there's a potential that we could lose all our aircraft if an EMP super weapon were put out, or if you're close enough to a nuclear blast. So this is a conservative posture that you would assume to protect your aircraft. Now, I can understand why you said we should have our bombers in the air. You don't want them on the field if they're about to get hit. But
right, what you would want them is you would want them inside their hangars with the doors closed.
Yeah. I hope the hangars don't get hit, but there's just a lot. There's a lot at play here. So Jason, explain why else we wouldn't have the aircraft in the air. Why else would we not have all these aircraft in there? Somebody else, could this be Red Dawn? I don't see a direct invasion coming out of this anytime soon. In strategic war, you don't need to directly invade. You just wipe the other side out and maybe hold a few cities hostage until they surrender. It's okay.
One nuke.
Yeah. All right. So look, guys, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., New York City goes bye-bye unless you do this or you do that. So, and they can only do that if they take out our strategic forces first. So if they EMP continental United States, the EMP super weapon, it would fry a lot of our mill hard comm systems. They're talking about taking out our satellites. So if we got no means to communicate to our submarines, they're not going to retaliate. Everybody said, oh, but we got our submarines at sea. So what? They can't do anything if they don't get the EAM message. They can't, not only do they have to get an EAM message, they got to get a valid validation of the EAM message. And they're probably going to get neither one. Their systems are wired not to even operate under those conditions, which is stupid.
Right. You're not going to be able to do that because of the distortion that it does to the ionosphere from the blast. You're not even going to be able to use HF communications unless you're almost right over top of the sub.
Yeah. So the whole posture we got our submarines, that's the opposite of the Russians. The Russians got a dead hand switch that everything launches if they lose comms with Moscow and detect that a nuclear blast has taken place within the territory of Russia anywhere. Right. So their logic is right the opposite. They launch everything. So our logic, well, that's stupid logic, but our logic's equally stupid in the other direction. So
but their logic is, unless they're keyed for that, they can't fire either. So they have to escalate to be able to fire. So that's their safety. And in fact, I don't even think they could fire now if they wanted to. With the reports we've got of their infrastructure, and they went around and did a assessment of bomb facilities in Russia and found that over 70% of the bomb facilities, you couldn't even close the doors because the hinges were rusted fast. You still there, Greg?
Yeah, I'm typing something to somebody here.
Oh, okay.
They couldn't close the doors to 70% of the door. I'm getting a ocular migraine. It's getting hard for me to see the screen. You ever get those?
It'll be gone in 20 minutes.
Huh?
It'll be gone in 20 minutes.
Yeah. They started out as a little pinpoint and then it grows and it's grown to the point it's getting hard to see stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm hearing the C-17 that come out of New Jersey. It looks like it's going to be landing somewhere soon. What somebody's saying here. Where's it heading, Lee?
Hey, look, he ain't gaining any altitude.
That's just interesting.
Oh, he's going into
DC.
DC.
Going into DC. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's going international.
Probably
Or not
something.
national, but Andrews.
Andrews, probably something critical, probably.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I wonder why the only flight is the one going to Andrews.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, look, none of this looks good.
Yeah, that's.
I don't care how you look at it. There's nothing that I have seen on the screen that makes me feel good or any better about it. I would be happy with something that just made me feel better.
And again, I want to see
I would be happy with something that made it look better.
I want to see some positive signs. So I can go to bed and get 30 minutes of sleep before I get up in a little bit.
No shit. I wanted to go to bed hours ago.
I got to ship worms today, and I got a full day at my day job. I got to stay sharp today. Somebody told me if I put on sunglasses to help my ocular migraine. I don't know. Kind of mutes my vision overall. The ocular migraine is going to be there. It's in the nerve.
Yep.
It's only called ocular. I don't get a headache with it, but I've heard some people do. I don't though. At least not yet.
Well, at least it's not an anal optic nerve dysfunction.
I take it
You've heard of an anal optic nerve, haven't you?
anal optic nerve. It don't even sound good. I don't know if I want to hear that one, Lee.
Well, when you have a dysfunction of the anal optic nerve, it gives you a shitty outlook on life.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Right?
Well, I know.
I can prove that the anal optic nerve exists.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, it's, some people need a plastic belly button to see where they're going to.
That's right. Because to prove that the anal optic nerve exists, if you pluck a hair from your ass, it will bring a tear from your eye. So it does show that the anal optic nerve is indeed connected.
Yeah, well, nothing makes it. It takes time to get rid of these ocular migraines. It just takes time for them to go away.
Yeah, I wish the trainers would get in the air too. I wish anybody would get in the air except for shit going to Andrews Air Force Base and stuff leaving the country.
Yeah, from Pope, Fort Bragg.
Why, how come it couldn't leave from Kansas, okay, or Wisconsin or
Some
something?
place where it's not strategic.
Right. Why did it have to leave from Pope and Bragg? It's like saying, don't worry, your house isn't burning down, but the only trucks that are going that way are fire trucks with their lights and sirens on.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, how else do you explain this? There ain't no other explanation for it as far as I can see. I can't think of any other reason you would do this.
No good explanation.
Yeah.
Unless the entire military is setting up wanting to mess with you and me.
That's right. That's what it is. The Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said, look, guys, we're going to fuck with Lee Wilbarger. So what we want you to do is on Halloween Day, y'all take every aircraft, everybody take the day off, and y'all just fly that one Global Hawk around up there next to the border, and we're going to freak Lee and all his followers out. Just because they're tinfoil hat people anyway, so we'll freak them out. That's what happened here. And Lee will call Greg too, and then we'll have both Lee and Greg. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. He was trying to make me look bad so I don't take his job.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's it. Lloyd Austin don't want me to look good.
Afraid to lose his job.
Yeah.
Well, if you take over the DOD, assign me Space Force.
I'll get you. You can bet your life on that.
Well, I'll tell you what,
if I ever become Secretary of Defense, I'm going to put you over.
I got some missile defense and knock them out.
You can bet on that.
I
got a couple other people I'm going to give raises or advances to, or increase their rank, put some stars on some shoulders. And then I got some woke motherfuckers that's going to get thrown out.
Well, I found
early retirement. I'll do like that general did that time that guy tried to cancel my project. So when I was doing the helmet cam for the U.S. Army Telemedical Command that was turning into telemaintenance. There was a colonel at Walter Reed that didn't like what we were doing and said it would never work. And my 2-star found out about it and called his major and said, "You transfer that fucking colonel somewhere that I never hear his name or see his face again, because if I do, I'm going to send you somewhere twice as far away as he is." And they shipped his ass out to Alaska. Same day.
Hey, I like Alaska.
Yeah, well, I don't
Most
think this
people
guy
don't,
did,
though.
because he was about as far north as you could get.
Most
And
people.
when I got back to Fort Detrick, my colonel was in there. And as soon as I walked through the door, Captain Ellis yelled out at me and says, "Will Barker." I was like, "Yes, sir." He said, "Colonel wants to see you." I was like, "Yes, sir." So I walked back into the colonel's office, and he says, "Close the door, sit down." So I closed the door, sit down. He said, "What's going on?" I said, "What do you mean, sir?" He said, "Well, this morning I sent you over to Walter Reed to brief a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, on the project we're doing here." He says, "I just got off the phone with him and they're trying him on for snowshoes because he's been transferred to Alaska. So please tell me what the hell is going on here." And so I proceeded to tell him what happened. And he said, "Well, the next time anybody complains about the project or doesn't like something about you or whatever," he says, "don't tell the general, tell me." Like, "Yes, sir." But it's general's project.
Way up
Yeah.
north.
This still don't look good. Why can't these fucking people launch something? Really? Why
Yeah,
can't
6 o'clock in the morning over there now.
One, come on. One. It's 6
East
o'clock in the
Coast.
morning and there's nothing up. It's beyond interesting, Bev. It's beyond interesting. This is fucked up. There's no other way to explain it. Yeah. It's been this way for hours. No, the U.S. is not about to attack North Korea, and if we were, it wouldn't look like this.
Yeah, we wouldn't grant all our stuff for North Korea, I don't think.
Right.
Especially the Coast Guard.
Exactly. The Coast Guard, the Border Patrol,
You got to be expecting something big to ground those.
NOAA. I mean, there's no fucking body airborne.
North Korea is not going to be taking
Oh,
the entire country out.
right. And the drone, you're absolutely right. The drone in North Dakota just is the fucking cherry on top here with whipped cream and nuts.
Literally.
Lots of nuts.
This whole thing is nuts, but
Yeah.
that's our guardian. That's our eye to the sky here in North America. In addition to whatever's on the radar line up north.
We already have a problem, 77. You're saying if this goes past dawn, we have a problem. We're already past dawn. It's 6 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. It's after 6 o'clock in the morning. Why is there nothing airborne? Why? It's past 6 a.m. on a Monday morning. Today ain't a fucking holiday.
So for people just joining my channel, I am showing you Lee Wilbarger's screen that he's got up of his radars, and we're on here together. But he called me this morning about 2 a.m. Says, "Greg, there's no manned military aircraft in the sky. Is a drone over North Dakota." And I said, "Oh crap." So this is a very bad sign for those of you that are just joining. This is the indicator that you would expect
This is what I would expect, that if we were expecting I'm not saying this is the case, but this is if I was in command of the Air Force, well, this is the morning Air Force, this is Army, Air Force, everybody, all the military aviation, including Coast Guard, Border Patrol, they're all grounded right now. If I was expecting an EMP type attack, I would ground everything. This would be the posture you would expect. Plus, as Lee called the cherry on top, that drone, an unmanned craft up in North Dakota, just where you'd want to be watching for incoming. So yeah, that's exactly the posture you'd expect. Now, some things are starting to happen. A few very strategic flights flying on the East Coast, but there's nothing that gives us solace yet. I would be hoping to see some major air traffic by now on the East Coast in the military domain, and we're not seeing it yet. So that's what's furthering this concern along. I was hoping they'd say, okay, all clear, everybody get back to work.
He's going to Andrews.
Yeah, that's what I expect. Andrews.
The one C-17 that took off is going to Andrews, and I'll be damned, it looks like the other C-17 is going to Bragg. This is not looking any better.
No. So the one from Germany is heading to Bragg, and the one from Bragg is going somewhere in Europe.
Probably to Germany.
Most likely. Most likely.
That's where he came out of, in Germany. So Ramstein.
Mm.
But they got plenty of stuff up over Europe here today. There's Jake. 130. I'm surprised I don't see
So
well, that's an interesting flight pattern for Jake. Look at that shit.
So yeah, begs kind of an interesting question. Are they expecting something just here in America, but not Europe? I mean, there's plenty, we heard some threats between Russia and China, Russia and Great Britain. There's flights right now over Great Britain. The United Kingdom has flights over it. So yeah, we see that one monitoring though. So what do you think would cause this kind of response, Lee?
I think it looks like they're the threats against the U.S.
Yeah, but not the rest of NATO.
Nope.
Oh, well, maybe it's not a Russian threat. Maybe it is North Korea.
Could be a Russian threat.
Huh?
No, it has to be a Russian threat. Look at the angle of the drone.
The angle of the drone does suggest that, and the location of it.
Right. That's a Russian threat. The angle of these right here go over to those Russian missile silos. This is the angle that the drone is looking. And they're doing this much distance in between to give a better resolution to the image.
Resolution, yeah. We're expecting Korea, that thing will be further west.
Right. And would be rotated.
Yeah, be rotated quite a bit.
Yep. No, that's Russia. That's a Russian threat. Nothing but. This guy's going into Andrews and this guy's going into Bragg. And then as soon as that happens, guess what? There ain't nothing else but this guy here that took off the radar and disappeared. I would have never believed that this would have lasted this long.
Well, they probably told them, well, you're taking off from South Florida. If it hits, you'll be out of the airspace before it happens.
Well,
C-130.
when I saw this and saw there was only one aircraft, I didn't even change the picture on the screen. I just typed what is up and went live immediately because I didn't think it would last more than seconds. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was like a glitch or something.
It's been hours.
Yeah. I thought maybe it would last 2 or 3 minutes at absolute most.
About a day. Anton Smith, check Texas. There is a security vehicle on the ground at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, Texas.
And the C-17 at Andrews is down.
Okay, it's down, yep.
And the other C-17 coming in from Germany, I've got a suspicion will be on the ground here in about the next half hour. They're at Bragg again. And then where are we? Nothing flying over the U.S. because the C-130 to the south is already off the radar. That's his ghost. So he's already gone.
We got Sweet Polly Purebred says, thank you, Greg. I need to rearrange my stock on supplies. Maybe you need to get some right now before the diesel shortage makes it for where you can't. So, Premium Mail asked about Monkey Works. You want to take that one, Lee?
Oh,
buddy?
God. Monkey Works is an idiot. Monkey Works wouldn't even be able to explain to you what's going on right now.
No,
Monkey Works would tell you that drone up over North Dakota is trying to do a man in the middle attack right now. That's what this is. You'll think it's a man in the middle attack over North Dakota.
Yeah, he probably thinks that Sleepy Joe's riding it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Trump's in that global hawk.
I think somebody's channeling Sleepy Joe. Got one. Somebody said, "Come on, man, pray for the the thing."
Yeah.
Sound like Sleepy Joe, Sniffy Joe. That's what I call him, Sniffy Joe.
Our illustrious POS.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I never thought I'd be broadcasting this. I never thought I'd ever see this. This gives you a hell of a wake-up call, though.
Makes you think.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Because they could have pushed the button anytime.
Well, the United States is sitting here with running out of diesel fuel, low on ammo. Our military is going to have a hard time responding with such low reserves. Boy, we're vulnerable. It's like we're almost wide open. Of course, if you wanted to cancel an election, you might invite something like this.
Yep. Yeah, it's a hell of a wake-up call, and I was going to bed when the fucking call came in. So was Greg.
Yep. I was.
And it's only because of the fact that I am persistent on watching this stuff that we can show it to you. Because if I'd have been like anybody else and said, I'm going to bed and locked up the studio and went home, we wouldn't be here and you guys wouldn't have seen this.
Hey, what do we got up in Massachusetts? A CN-35? What's up in Massachusetts?
It would probably be it's a Century aircraft. Looks for subs and shit. Let's see where they go.
Looking for subs.
Again.
But that ain't good neither.
This is
Put a helicopter in the air.
yeah, where is there a helicopter? There ain't a helicopter.
Coast Guard in the air. Live Your Life says, Russia that crazy. What do you think, Lee?
Putin is.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the country. It's when you get, I've been trying to explain this for a long time and people just don't get it. When you get one person and under such autocratic control, they eliminate people around them who threaten them or say things they don't want to hear. And right now, Xi Jinping is doing this big time. And so it gets to the point that people not only don't want to bring them bad news, it gets to the point they don't even want to bring them news. They get isolated. The knowledge of what they know about what's really going on in the world around them gets more and more limited because they're seeing it through a more and more narrow angle. They're seeing less and less content, especially anything that would displease them. Because you don't want to, these emperors can be ruthless, and you tell them what they don't want to hear, you can be in big trouble. So these people get a worldview. They get way out on a limb, and it's very dangerous for themselves, for their country, and if they got nukes, for the whole world. And now we got two countries like this that we need to be concerned with between Russia and China, where you got an autocratic leader who is isolated from information, who makes major decisions that could affect the whole world permanently. Not a good situation.
No, and it ain't getting any better.
Nope. Well, we got to throw little Kim in there too. So we got
Yeah,
three of
little
them.
rocket man.
Three of them with nukes.
Yeah, little rocket man. All right, keep him entertained for a minute here, Greg. I got to get me another drink.
Well, for those that are just coming in, and I've got some people who've joined me. I've got about 50 people who've joined me in the last little bit here. Maybe largely thankful to Arnold Smith's been sharing our channels here. Thank you, Arnold. So what's going down is this: about 2 a.m., which was about 3.5 hours ago, Lee called me. Literally what he says, Greg, we just got one military aircraft in the air. And I was like, oh, I said, that's not good. Oh, crap. I said, oh, crap. That's actually what I said. And I said, that's not good. And then he told me it was a drone. And I said, that's even worse. Well, it turns out that it's up there flying in North Dakota, just exactly where you would be to be watching for an incoming missile strike. And here's the other thing, the fact that we had no aircraft in the air is the posture you would assume if you were expecting a strike, because you don't want your planes to come falling out of the air, your military aircraft, and lose them due to the EMPs from multiple nuclear warheads going off, or even worse, an EMP superweapon like the Russians have. So these are things that you've got to be concerned with, and this would be a reason to keep things out of the air. Now, we've seen just a few aircraft take off here recently or come in. We've had one come in from Germany, a C-17 coming in. It's heading to the Pope Air Force Base, which serves Fort Bragg, which is our major airborne troop center, and we got our special forces. Mobilization in mass? No, not really, because we're standing down. This is a protective duck and cover kind of a thing to keep from losing your aircraft. Now, there may be some mobilization come out ahead of this. We sent one C-17 out of Pope Air Force Base going toward Europe, probably Germany, and that could well be special forces. That might be the uber elite of the Delta Force, the Green Beret. They're all at Fort Bragg. You got 82nd Airborne in Fort Bragg, but if they were deploying, you'd see a fleet of airplanes going out. That would be a major troop escalation if the 82nd went out. So what we're looking at here is also we've had an aircraft take off in New Jersey and going to Andrews Air Force Base. That's what serves the top officials in D.C., the president and Pentagon. So anything going into in and out of Andrews is highly suspect. We got one of the aircraft that monitors submarines coming up out. So are we worried about a submarine attack too? What are we worried about? What's got our posture this way? I mean, not only is there no military aircraft, manned military aircraft, except just a handful on special purpose missions, but the odd thing is we don't have the Coast Guard flying. We don't have the Border Patrol flying. We just a lot of stuff. Lee's been watching this for 5 years solid, and may land in Virginia. It might, but it depends the way. I'd say it's on the way to Pope Air Force Base. That's what I'm.
Yeah. I don't know. It is dropping.
Yeah. Okay. It might. It might. Then it might.
Yeah, he is dropping pretty quick there.
What then? What is right?
He might come into Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point there, Mary. She's been pretty much on top of it tonight. She's been watching this stuff. She's watching, she's watching radar like you are, Lee. She's zoomed in on it. So good to have an extra set of eyes in the house here, helping us watch this stuff. There's so much going on right now. David Potter election. It may be it. Is there?
Yeah. And Andrews is in Washington, D.C. This is where the other C-17 landed.
Okay. Somebody just waking up is asking, is there any incoming missiles? We don't know of any yet, but we've got a posture as if we're expecting them. That doesn't mean they're going to be coming, but that's the kind of posture our military has assumed. like I said, you know, and then again, if I was Russia and I saw our military was this posturized, I might would wait. Let me catch them on a day they're not so ready.
Yeah.
I mean, I might say, oh, well,
this is almost like telling Russia, yeah, we heard you were going to give the order.
yeah. Yeah. And that could be what it is. It could be us just saying, hey, Russia, we heard you. We got it. So they would be more careful because they wouldn't want us to be this secure. They would want all our stuff in the air because they'd want our planes falling out of the sky. And for that reason, they would use the EMP super weapon.
Yeah, the two aircraft near Boston that are aloft, one of them is a surveillance sentry aircraft and the other is a refueling aircraft.
All right, yeah, you expect we're about to be launching stuff to a refueling aircraft. So Mary said Fort Eustis, that's where she thinks it's going in.
Okay, yeah.
No incoming missile yet, just a bizarre lack of military planes. Exactly, missed it. Exactly. We're
extremely bizarre.
Extremely bizarre.
Yeah, this is like beyond bizarre.
Now, if there were missiles coming, if missiles launched 2 minutes ago, you wouldn't know it for a little bit. It'd still be a little bit before we'd see them. Because they got to come over the pole before we can see them. They got to get up high enough, close enough to be spotted by the radars up in Canada, Alaska, and Thule, Greenland. Of course, that wouldn't take long. You know, from launch to boom time is about 45 minutes. It varies, of course. You know, it takes longer to reach Miami than it would to hit Seattle, for example. or
Jay Command just said none of these launches are making him feel any better. They're not making me feel any better either. Why are there no training jets? Why is there no border patrol? Why is there no Coast Guard?
Yeah,
you know, where the hell is all the rest of the planes? It's 6:30 in the morning, people.
If we saw some of that other stuff popping up, we would call it a day and shut the video down. And
right,
I'm getting to the point. It's going to be, it would be hard for me to catch a nap because I gotta actually ship some worms here shortly. Come 8 o'clock, I need to be at the post office. Then I got to start my day job. Yeah. Oh yeah. Somebody was asking about the prepping. Guys, you can go to prepwithgreg.com right now if you want long-term food storage. Prepwithgreg.com. We got a $250 off special right now for 3 months supply of food. That's 12 weeks of food, which is breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 2,000 calories a day. It's a great deal, guys. You need to check it out because it actually works out to about 260, a little less than 267 a meal. That's kind of hard to beat. And if you're growing your own garden and you want something where you ain't got to go to the store to get fertilizers and pesticides because they ain't going to exist after nuclear war, start your worm farm. You can buy worms from greengregs.com. I got 258 in the room now, Lee. How about you?
I got 973.
All right, very good.
But it's still, can't believe. Well, you see, Matt J says, Lee, would you call the Air Force and ask them what's up? Well, I'm going to tell you something, Matt.
The
last time I called the Air Force and asked them what was up, they said, we watch your channel, Lee. You tell us.
Yeah, guys, it's a possibility we're DEFCON 2. Hey, got super chat. Thank you, Rodair, excuse me. Appreciate that. Thank you. He says, thank you both for the vigilant watch. Keep up for so many. You know, guys, I tell you, the proposition of my channel is help you survive, thrive, and stay out of the hive. And it's, you know, when I talk to you about keeping your eyes wide open and head on a swivel, this is definitely eyes wide open and head on a swivel. What's coming? We don't know, but we got our eyes open. Out of population of 330 million, says Tammy. Yeah, exactly, Tammy. Out of a population of 330 million people in the United States, we got what? I mean, you got 900 over there, 250 something over here with some overlap.
Yeah, I got 984 over here, and you got a couple hundred over there. So 1,200 people
out of 330 million. So count
Like 300
yourself,
million.
count yourselves in the privileged elect. There's tons of other
And what-
prepper.
Yeah, me and Greg are the only two streaming it.
There's tons of other prepper channels out there, and ain't none of them showing this.
They ain't got a fucking clue.
They're way bigger than us, have way more subscribers, get way more watch time, but you are the privileged. You are the privileged few. Some type of helicopter down in Florida. Somebody suggests. What's going on in Florida, Lee?
I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Other map.
That's Mary. She's fast. She gets stuff
That
quick.
is it's a medical bird. No, it's a Delphine. That's a Coast Guard bird.
Coast Guard.
Yep, it's a Eurocopter MD 65D Delphine. That's a U.S. Coast Guard bird. They're just taking off out of Key West.
Yeah, it's a long way from the first strikes.
Yeah.
Helicopter put down real quick. Now, if we see a bunch of them taking off, then I'd be willing to call it a show.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to bed.
Bingo.
Shut down the studio and head home.
I can't stay down for long though. I got to get up a little bit. Almost time to wake up.
And that has nothing to do with the sun.
Missed it, Bengals. I still don't know whose channel I am on, and if more things to look, my phone will wander off. None of the channels I want to see. Oh, you got all these other channels trying to pop up. Well, you are in the chat room of my Green Greg's channel. You're in the chat room of Green Greg's, but I am showing the screen from KLW World News, my buddy Lee Wilbarger over here. So you're getting two channels for the price of one, which on
Getting mine
YouTube
for
is free to you. Huh?
We're getting mine for free.
Yeah, ain't that something? That's a twofer.
Yeah.
Greg, no rest of the wicked, LOL, just lots of coffee. That's right. Lots of coffee.
Jeff says, until I found your channel, ignorance was bliss. Yeah, we know, Jeff, there's a lot of people who live that way.
A lot of blissful people. Well,
Yeah.
you're better off being prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. That's what we try to help you with. You can go on my channel and you can find videos on how to eat free from the weeds and trees, wild edibles. But you know, you'll have a hard time finding the protein and calories you need that way, carbs and protein. So you need to branch out a little bit. That's one reason I tell you to garden, and I tell you to try to get some
Oh, so
food
it's
source.
landing at Langley.
Huh?
The C-17 is landing at Langley,
Oh,
Virginia. When we brought the solar yacht up, we anchored right here, and they flew F-35s and all kinds of stuff around us while we were out there. It was cool as hell.
sure, I bet.
We
All right.
loved it.
I got 280 in the room and only 270 thumbs up. The algorithms have been beating my channel down hard. Y'all can help me by giving a thumbs up. Guys, if I didn't care for y'all, I'd just go to bed. We're here.
Likewise.
So pay attention, guys. We could use some thumbs up. Help us out.
Yeah, I got 972 people here and only have 793 thumbs up.
Yeah, I got drops in there. He's an engineer. He says, I hang around Lee and Greg because they know. There you go. Pioneer One says, thank you, Lee and Greg. Calm before the storm. Well, it could be. It could be. But the whole thing is that we're in a stand down posture. This is kind of a hunker down. It's like duck and cover.
Yeah.
This is the Air Force and Navy and the Coast
This is
Guard and
more
Army.
like hide and watch.
Hide and watch.
You guys always remember me say that statement. You don't think so? Just hide and watch. That's
There you go.
exactly what they're doing right here.
Yeah.
They're
And George,
hiding and watching.
and I'm asking, there's a civilian planes are up. The civilians don't even know. You're not going to see this on any news. anywhere else. I don't think. If somebody sees the mention of this, tell us.
Yeah.
If you see this somewhere else, as soon as it pops up, let us know. I guarantee we were on here first. And you probably a whole day will go by and you won't hear this anywhere else. But here's the facts. You can see it for yourself right now live. You can see what's on the radar. And this is extremely unusual. Never happened before. Just exactly the kind of posture you would expect if we're expecting a nuclear missile strike attack. And that drone in North Dakota just adds to it. What's up, HB? Thank you, sir. Rubicon, thank you, sir.
Rolly says, what's the difference in a P3 and a C-130? C-130,
Huge.
yeah, C-130. We used to call them flying pigs when I was in the Army. The reason for that is they carry grunts. Hey, Sunshine Girl, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks, Greg and Lee, for your keen eyes and knowledge. Tell Lee I bought him a coffee too. I'm waiting for my show. So you get thanks from both of us there, Sunshine Girl. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, let me go back. So C-130 is, I guess that's a Lockheed aircraft. It's got, you know, the big turboprop engines on the front of it. And they carry paratroopers all over the place and cargo, both cargo and paratroopers. C-17 is a bigger cargo troop plane yet. Now, when I was in the Army, a lot of the troops, they would either jump out of the airborne troops would either jump out of a C-130 or a C-141. A C-141 was, it was kind of like a civilian aircraft. Well, it was also a Lockheed aircraft. It was a jet plane that would just fly in low and it opened that, door in the back and it'd jump out. So I don't think they have C-141s anymore. I hadn't heard of that in a while. Do you know anything about the 141s, Lee? What happened to them?
They phased them out.
Yeah, I hadn't seen or heard of those in years. But when I was at Bragg, they had a lot of C-141s and C-130s. Those C-130s, man, they've been around forever.
John Elliott is saying that all flights in and out of Pearson are delayed or canceled.
Delayed or canceled?
Yep.
Ooh.
There's nothing airborne.
This may go on all day.
This is, I've never seen anything like this. We're at almost 20 minutes to 7 on the East Coast, and
Wow.
there's nothing airborne except for that Pegasus and that Sentry aircraft.
We're supposed to get a meteor shower tonight, guys. Big meteor shower, Taurus, I believe. So.
Oh, there's all kinds of commercial aircraft up, folks. This is what the commercial aircraft looks like.
Yeah,
there's commercial aircraft everywhere.
Yeah, there's
see how thick that is.
Yeah, and they've got thicker. They're picking up. They're waking up, but the military's not. But the
military's not moving.
Civilians don't know what's going down unless you're watching Lee or Greg Allison. You don't know what's going down.
Yeah, you're not aware of what's going on behind the scenes.
DC-10 down by Jacksonville, Florida on the airfield.
Yep.
Yeah, I see it right there. I see it.
But see, it's the DC-10. Why is it not a training aircraft? Why can't it be something else?
It's a tanker.
Right. Why can't it be something else?
Yeah, if we had some trainers or just anything else. Coast Guard.
Right.
Thank you, Gemini, for sending that. Yeah. A lot of people talking about bad spirits of Halloween. We may have some bad spirits here.
Do we have another one going into Andrews here?
The one just where did it just take off there on
Took off out of New
Delaware?
York and it's going into Andrews now.
from Newark? Okay.
What's that guy leaping around Cape Cod looks like? What's this guy? Oh, coming out of Cape Cod. Oh, he's got a funny pattern. Look at him.
Yeah, he's got issues there.
The heck?
We're losing him.
That's erratic.
Yeah, whatever. But there's not enough units picking him up,
Yeah.
or something's interfering with it. Yeah, this is absolutely insane.
All right. Somebody asked about protecting his electric wheelchair from the MP. Well, I'd take the controller unit out, put it in a Faraday cage, wrap it in plastic and tinfoil and plastic and tinfoil and plastic and tinfoil, then stick it in on a block, wooden block inside of a garbage can, and then put some, if you got it, metallized tape around the outside of the can. Your controller. If you can remove the controller, you got a shot with it. Thing is, we don't know what is going to be affected and what's not out into 100% in terms of electronics. Some things, like some cars, will be fine just because the car is a partial Faraday cage. You'll lose a lot of them. It's probably going to be a roll of a dice, depending on where it is, the orientation it's in, just a lot of different things. Cars will fare better than a lot of other stuff, but you'll still lose a lot of vehicles. If you're on the highway, there'll be so many vehicles broke down that you probably can't go anywhere. It'll jam everything up. All right, Drop says, if y'all haven't checked out the FEMA nuke map and fallout map, might be a good time. I've got a whole playlist on nuclear survival. Go to my channel and look down and find my playlist on nuclear survival. You really need to watch that, folks. Not many people watch those videos. And which blows my mind, because that's the most critical information you're going to need, guys. All right, Bev Taylor. Good morning, Greg. Thank you for being on. Here with Lee. Yeah, I've been up all night here. You got a manual. That's good. That's good, wheelchair user.
This is behind the studio right now.
Very good.
John, we're not sure what's going on because all kinds of stuff is disappearing and not showing up. Doesn't matter if it's on flight radar or on ADSB. Makes no difference. It's not present. So I got 998 in here, 997 still, only 867 thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, folks. Share us out on your social media. We are the only ones covering this now. 1,002 in here.
Is that the FedEx planes down there heading toward South Texas toward is that those two FedEx planes?
Yeah, these are the two FedEx.
They're traveling together wherever the heck they're going.
Yeah, they came out of
Memphis together. And they're traveling together.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yep. Well, the government shit through FedEx.
Yeah, they're probably doing that for the government.
They when they brought illegals into the country, they brought them in on FedEx.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they put seats in the FedEx planes and brought the illegals into the country on FedEx planes.
Good Lord.
Yeah. This is all private stuff here. Private commercial. We have our, oh, there's our C-130 back right there. He just came on. And who's to see? That's the Air Force also. So it still doesn't look good, folks. I don't care who you are.
Morning, Tim. Greg, this has been like this since 2 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Billy, what'd you miss? Well, what you missed is that we have a strange situation. At 2 o'clock this morning, the only military aircraft in the air was a drone. Global Hawk flying up there in North Dakota, just where you need to be to provide coverage to watch out for incoming. It might be prepared to attack our missile sites in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana, and our SAC military air bases down there like Minot. So what's the name of the other one down there in that area? It's Minot, and I'm got brain lock right now. There's another one, Lee.
I'm trying to think of it myself.
Minot and oh shoot, there's one more right there. One more SAC base. SAC bases carry the B-52s, the B-1s, the B-2s, and the upcoming B-21.
Which is a bad looking mofo.
Yeah. So that's what is there and that they're covering. And we must have some fear that would, of course, if we have a nuclear strike on us, that's the first place they're going to hit. And that's what they're going to hit hardest. That may be why we're seeing some limited air traffic off the eastern seaboard and what looks to be very strategic military flights. Now, civilian airplanes are in the air because the civilians don't have word of this. The military is not going to tip their hand and tell them.
Somebody's asking about the Brazilian election. I think they were rigged. So it's not a good thing. Remember, it's not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, when you count the number of aircraft, because I monitor this all the time, and the lowest number of aircraft I have ever seen over the continental United States and Alaska at one time, and this includes law enforcement helicopters, government helicopters, military helicopters, border patrol, U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. military aircraft. The least I have ever seen at one time is 57. That's the lowest number when you count all of the law enforcement and everything. Last night at approximately 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, everything in the United States that was law enforcement, fire rescue, government, border patrol, Department of Homeland Security, Coast Guard, and all military, everything was grounded with the exception of the drone that you see at the top center of the screen, which is an RQ-4 Global Hawk drone that is flying just south of the Canadian border, and it is aligned to be looking at Russian nuclear silos. And everything has been grounded since then. So we're on almost 5 hours now that this has been going on, and we're not seeing the U.S. military launch anything anywhere, and it's freaking a lot of people out. The issue is we're the only ones covering it. There's not another soul in the world that's covering this other than me and Greg.
So somebody asking any action out of Guam.
I don't know, but I'm not watching Guam.
Yeah, this is
Brian is saying that the drone is 15 miles west of a nuclear silo site.
Yeah, don't surprise me. I would expect that. West of it.
Yeah.
Well, I say that gives it some coverage for the ones in we got some in Montana too, in South Dakota.
Yep.
So it needs to be where you can kind of be watching for all this stuff. C-17 and Black Hawk in Hawaii. Okay, so
Hawaii probably isn't the problem area.
Yeah.
So if Hawaii's not a problem area, I doubt if Guam is, then that means it's right here in North America. So why would we be expecting an attack here, not Europe, so this wouldn't involve China. This would be a Russian operation or preparation for stand down for a Russian operation, I put it that way.
Yeah, Russia can launch a missile. How they would do that would be extremely difficult. It's not impossible to do it. It is possible. Probable, not very, but it is possible. And yes, they could hit the US if they were able to possibly fire one. And the reason that you want all of the US military aircraft on the ground is because with a super EMP weapon, there's a good possibility that it'll fry the electronics on the aircraft and it will fall to the ground. So
Right.
It is much better to keep them on the ground than have them fall to the ground. And that is a perfect explanation as to why there's fucking nothing flying over the US. It's a military aircraft right now. And it's been that way for 5 hours.
So Nicole says, are civilians flying? Yes, there are civilians flying. She said, I'm supposed to take my brother to Denver, DA, for a noon flight. Well, I wouldn't want to be flying right now, I'll be honest. The military don't fly. I wouldn't want to fly on a civilian flight.
Yeah, unless you start seeing civilian or military aircraft, I wouldn't get on anything that leaves the ground. I wouldn't even get on a balloon.
Somebody's asked about Guam. Guam would be a target if we get into it with China.
That's why China has missiles called bomb killers.
Yeah, they exactly do. Aircraft killers and Guam killers. Arsenal Rain. Oh my God, it's Halloween too. Yep, no kidding, Arsenal Rain. Road Air Cannon says, but I'm getting some reports of cancellations occurring. Cancellation of civilian flights. What are you getting there, Road Air? I mean, if I were a company or somebody and I knew what was going on, yeah, I'd be thinking of canceling stuff too. If I was a pilot, and if I saw this, I'd be going, I'm not flying today. I got a stomach ache. I got vertigo.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, they're saying a 752 is coming up from.
Plane taking off from DC. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going. We ought to watch that one.
Drop says not much on Guam, but the Air Force Base has good food. I gotta feed them troops something, keep them happy. Get that many troops on the island. Better keep them happy. Old style planes are piston bangers. Yeah, it might be more survivable. But there says some friends are coming to visit today. Good luck with that. You know, there may be nothing happening, guys. I mean, Lee or not, neither Lee nor I said this or that's going to happen. I don't go out in the world and put words in our mouth and says, Lee and Greg were on there saying was going to get hit by missiles. No, we've not said that. What we've said is this is highly unusual, and this is the posture you would assume if you were expecting something like that, or even thought it was probable. This is the posture you would assume. Not even saying that's why they did it, but we are seeing a never seen before, uncharacteristic posture in our military aircraft right now. And as Lee described it earlier, that Global Hawk flying over North Dakota unmanned aircraft drone is the cherry on the cake. Because if you were looking for that, that's what you would look for. Thoughts on UAVs.
Well, they don't have people on board. That's the thought on it. So they're more expendable.
It's Green Greg's channel. Green Greg's on YouTube.
Oh, I got one laughing. Need to be careful. Guam doesn't tip over with all that military. Yeah, I remember that congressman asking the question. He's afraid if we put any more people on the Navy base, the island would capsize. You remember that, Lee? Somebody brought that up in the chat room. You remember that?
Yeah. That was that black guy from Georgia.
Yeah, all worried Guam was going to capsize.
Is it going to flip over from the weight of all of those troops on the island?
Yeah. I suffer from prepper anxiety and held back last month. Should I place my electronics devices in a Faraday box? Well, I keep my eyes wide open. Give it. If you got stuff that takes a lot of time, if you're not using it, yeah, go ahead. Might be a good move. I mean, we're not saying anything's going to happen. We're saying you got a posture that you would assume if something was going to happen. I don't mean it will happen, but it could. At least somebody at the federal government level has got some highly suspicious ideas about what needs to happen here.
Yeah, something's crazy going on. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. Some people have 293. Who's new in the chat here? EMP. Well, if they're going to attack us, you expect an EMP. And you expect to get hit by an EMP super weapon, the kind that puts out 200,000 volts per meter, which is probably beyond, our old military hardened spec was 50 volts per 50,000 volts per meter. So we're talking 4 times that. So yeah, we don't know what we're up for here. The super EMP super weapon would really fry our military probably. Global Hawk is at 52,000. Lee's got that up. I can't dial it in. That's on his side. Ask him again when Lee gets back in the chat. I'm probably gonna make a little run myself. I got to brew some coffee. We just run out of fuel, says Storm Watcher. Guys, this is a terrible time to be hit. I mean, how are we going to respond? Especially having an EMP. We're there. We have put out a lot of it. We're down on ammunition. We're down on weapon systems. We're down on fuel. Be the worst time to take an attack. I mean, there's no good time to be attacked, but this is a really bad time. Dozed off for an hour, Storm. Gee, let's swap. I could use that hour. 7 a.m. on the East Coast. Yeah, there should be stuff flying. There should be a lot of military stuff flying by now. A lot. Unknown EMP. Yeah, you're right. Electromagnetic pulse. My bad for not explaining it.
All right, I'm back.
All right, hey, back. I may have to go brew me some more coffee here. So, all right, Lee's got to calm. Lee will be talking. One thing Lee and I are both blessed with, and that's the gift of gab, right, Lee? But we try to bring content.
Well, and the truth.
Truth. Real stuff, not blabber.
Yeah, and I'm still not seeing.
It's 7 a.m. Lee, it's almost 7 a.m.
I know. It is 7 a.m. It's
7 a.m. on the East Coast. It should be buzzing.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m. on the East Coast. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely insane. We're the only ones covering this. There's only 1,000 people.
All right,
this should be the biggest news on the planet right now.
You 1,000 people watching this with Lee and I, you are fortunate. You got inside intel. EMP, then Poseidon. God, I hope they don't use Poseidon torpedoes. Holy smoke.
What's news, Floyd? There's nothing airborne.
Yeah.
All night long since 2 o'clock in the morning. The only thing that's been flying over the United States was that RQ-4 drone that's flying up next to our nuclear silos, looking at Russian nuclear silos. And we've had a couple aircraft take off out of the US and one come in and land. And now we've got some aircraft moving in and around Andrews. And none of this is appealing. So this one just took off out of Andrews. We're not sure where this one's going. Could be flying into Andrews, or God only knows, but getting interesting. Yeah, there's no aliens here. This is just freaky shit. Straight off the radar. So we're going to keep bringing it to you here. Definitely weren't expecting this. Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting this. Not what we were looking for. Not at all. But we're going to keep watching it to see what we get here. Can I give an update? Yeah. Last night at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we were checking the radar over the United States and found that every single military and government aircraft that was over the United States, be it U.S. Coast Guard, Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security, it didn't matter. All of them were grounded. Nothing was airborne. There were no military aircraft, there were no transport aircraft, there were no training aircraft, there were no SAM flights. There was nothing flying over the United States, with the exception of an RQ-4 Global Hawk drone flying near U.S. nuclear silos in North Dakota, with a scan angle of looking at Russian nuclear silos in Russia. At this point in time, basically almost all U.S. military aircraft is on the ground, with the exception of a couple flights here and there. Civilian aircraft is still fine, but military aircraft is pretty much non-existent. So it is extremely interesting here what we're seeing. You got anything you want to add to that, Craig? I don't know if Greg came back. I thought it did. I just been walking around, but evidently he's not back. But yes, everything is still technically grounded, with the exception of a couple flights from up here and this flight here that's doing a security patrol back and forth along the coast here. I'm not sure where this guy's going to, but this is a B-762 aircraft. Not sure where he's going, but we're going to keep tracking him. And then there's been stuff in and out of Andrews. Not sure where this guy's going either, but we're going to keep an eye on him too. So all we know is it's been pretty interesting here today. way more interesting than we wanted it to be, that's for sure. Yeah, way more interesting than we thought it would be. Might be Greg's got a low battery there. Jacob, man, I would have to agree with you. Yes, this is very serious. I would not have been up all night long. If this weren't serious. I would not have called Greg at 2 o'clock in the morning if this weren't serious. I got better stuff to do than wake up people at 2 o'clock in the morning. Nobody has ever seen this before. Anybody that says they have is lying. They grounded everything at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Any more intel, Lee?
Nope.
I got 306 on my channel.
I got 1,020.
Wow.
And it's still no better than it was.
Jeez.
I mean, I'm like, how bad can it be? You know what I'm saying?
No kidding. All right, folks, if anybody's ever able to scan any channels and look for any other intel, but I'm going to say you ain't going to see a doggone thing. Somebody asked earlier about DEF CON. Well, you never know what the DEF CON level is, but if you were at DEF CON level 2, this is how it would look. If you're at DEF CON level 1, it will look like this. Not saying we're there, but this is what you would expect.
Yeah.
What strikes me though is why just us and not Europe? Why would it not be a NATO wide attack? Why are we expecting an attack on the United States and nowhere else? That's a little bit of an oddity to me there. Jack just came over from Lee's channel. Was about to go to sleep. I saw Lee was up 5 hours. Yeah, we're all still up, Jack. Well, thanks for coming here. Appreciate you, man. Subscribe. HBM back, El Prescott, but I thought Putin is a good guy. Why would we fear him attacking us? Well, have a look at the map.
Yeah.
Just have a look at the map. I had to find your channel. Already said, well, thank you, Jack. Well, my coffee's brewing. I just brewed a whole pot. I figure I'll put it in a carafe, and if I manage to get in bed for 30 minutes, it'll stay hot. I can have it later in the day. I'll definitely be needing it. Jill, appreciate you too. Thank you. Jason, what's happening? Is there anything going down? Says Jason. Okay, for those just joining, at 2 o'clock this morning, which is over 4 hours ago, Lee noticed that there was no U.S. military manned aircraft in the air, just one Global Hawk flying in North Dakota. He called me and says, Greg, there's no manned aircraft. He said there's actually, how did you put that, Lee? You said there's one.
There's only one aircraft flying over the United States.
And it's
right
unmanned.
now.
Yeah, he said,
and it's a Global Hawk flying in North Dakota.
When he said that, I said, crap. Because right then I suspected that we were in a posture to take a nuclear strike.
First thing he thought was the first thing I thought. We both jumped to the same conclusion. Do I raise mealworms? No. Composting worms, red worms. Greengregs.com if you're interested in it. So I turned on, can we get a recap this year? That's what's happening. So what you would expect if we were in a stand down, or if we were expecting a nuclear attack, is we wouldn't be flying anything. Because if you got aircraft in the air and then the nukes start dropping, I'm saying if, not saying it's going to happen, I'll put words in my mouth. If that was the case, then EMPs from the various nukes at various target sites would cause aircraft to fall. You would be in a bad situation. If the Russians should set off EMP super weapon at altitude over the United States, it could take down everything, all the aircraft. Unfortunately, the civilian world doesn't know of what, except for you guys, don't know what's going down because the military is not about to tip their hand on this. So there's tons of civilian aircraft flying around, but it's not military, which is what you expect. They're not going to tell the civilian world this stuff. General Sorrow. Mystic Bingo is lack of man. Yeah, so we have this one drone flying, and that drone is flying over next to a missile silo base, but it's flying in the North Dakota. It's able to cover North Dakota and South Dakota, and probably also have an eye out for the missile bases in Montana from where it's at. And if you look at it's got a slight angle where it's a little bit off from the parallel line of our U.S.-Canadian border where the route is flying. That means it's really watching for stuff coming over from Russian missile bases. That'd be coming over the pole. That's what it's watching for. And it's been up there for hours. So we've got radar sites in Canada, Alaska, and Thule, Greenland. You used to call it the dew line, but it's a little bit different line now to watch for launches like that also. We don't have anything to the south, so if they decide to launch an EMP weapon out of Venezuela, we wouldn't see it coming. Also,
Got this.
what we got there?
It's a 130J. It's a weather bird, but that's the only thing that's down there. And then this guy, and he's off the radar. He doesn't exist there anymore. But this is the freaky stuff.
What's he going at? That's what's been flying a Reddit looking all the time.
Yeah, this is the C-17 that came down from New York, and he swung out low, going here along the Potomac and turn around and coming back in. So
he is flying low.
Yeah, he's flying low. He's going by. This is the Marine Corps base right here. This is Quantico right there. So he's just east of the Quantico. He's actually lining up like he's going to land at Washington National, because here's Washington National right here at Reagan.
He'll go up the Potomac.
Yeah. He's lining up like he's going to go up the Potomac and land at Reagan. What the fuck? Why do you need C-17s landing at Reagan?
Well, I was about to ask, what would they have at Reagan?
Yeah, this is getting weirder by the minute.
I've flown in and out of Reagan many times and never saw a military aircraft.
I've never seen a C-17 at Reagan. I've never seen a C-17 at Reagan. I'm not saying there's one never been there. I'm just telling you, I've never seen one there. I've never even heard of one landing there.
What would its
I
role
lived
be?
there for a long time.
Can't imagine what it would do there.
Yeah, so the
Anton Smith said that aircraft was tracking the potential tropic cyclone 15 in the Caribbean.
I still got the B-762 airborne Duramax. So it's on the screen here in the upper left-hand corner.
He's talking about the one.
There's the other 772 that landed in Wilmington. Oh, that's the one you're talking about.
He was actually
I'm
talking
still
about. I think he was talking about
Yeah.
the one down in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I'm still tracking this when I came in across the coast. Okay, yeah, that's that one.
I was asking
And
about that one earlier.
Oh, this one here's going in. He's going to land at Marine Corps base. What the fuck is going on today?
Mm.
We have no idea what's going on, folks. We're just telling you it's insane right now what we're seeing. Absolutely insane.
Could be Jason. We don't know. Jason watched World War III on Halloween.
Don't
We
think
don't
so.
Hope
Hope
not.
not. I got better shit to do.
You and me both.
But it's a quarter after 7 on the East Coast. Why? What's so odd? There's nothing airborne, BP. There's no military aircraft up. It's 7:15 on a weekday. There should be military aircraft up all over the United States right now. We got 2 Coast Guard helicopters in South Florida and a C-130. We got some planes going in and out of Andrews, which is presidential shit most of the time. So it's fucking freaky. It doesn't normally look like this.
Guys, if you can charge, people ask them about charging their devices up. You should have had them charged already.
Yeah, I've been charging everything.
But I got stuff sitting on chargers upstairs right now. But here, the guys, the thing is, going about time getting them in an EMP protective posture, charge them beforehand. By the time you know that we got a missile attack coming, you may only have 15 or 20 minutes by the time they would give an emergency alert warning system, which is just really enough time to put your head between your knees. You're not going to run out and get in your car and drive somewhere. You ain't going to make it. If you got a basement nearby, you can run and hide, maybe in the basement. So. You won't get much notice. You might have enough time to get your stuff off the charger and stick in the bag, but it takes a little time to wrap and prepare it. You need to be worried about yourself at that time. How long do you think we'd have the time they would actually issue the emergency warning system, time they would send out an alert? It's going to take them they got to see the stuff. It's got to be over the poles enough for the due line to pick it up. Then they got to relay the message, and somebody's got to make a decision to send a message out, format it, and then send it out. That's a lot of time passing before they even get the message out. From the time the missile is launched, they can be striking the United States in 45 minutes. But we won't even see them for the first 10 minutes, maybe 15 of their launch. They got to come over the pole for us to see them.
Well, we would still detect it with a satellite the moment they launch.
Yeah, we have satellites up. So,
yeah.
I wonder how long after they sent out the message would actually have before they started striking. Not long. It'll be long. It only takes 45 minutes the whole trip.
Yep.
Somebody's got to make the decision to send everything out.
And I think I read somewhere the shortest trip from anywhere to anywhere is 27 minutes from the closest missile silo to the closest target.
Yeah. In America, North America.
It's only like 27 minutes.
Yeah. In Europe, it's all short fuse.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a wheelchair user 13. Word how many places over the UK right now, how many planes, excuse me. Well, if you count civilian, a lot. The civilian planes are operating. There's military flights over the United Kingdom though right now. It looks pretty heavy. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty heavy, but there's nothing over the US, which is what I'm freaking out over.
Exactly. So here we are at 7:20 a.m. on Eastern time.
VidCom, they're not sending a warning. What do you mean if you only have 35 minutes? Why send a warning? They ain't sending no warning. There is no warning going out that says that you're about to get hit by a nuclear warhead in the United States. They ain't gonna say that shit.
Not the enemy, no. They want to catch us.
Anybody can take out satellites with an EMP.
They want to, yeah. They want to catch us unaware. And since we are somewhat aware right now, they might decide if they were going to do something to wait. Oh, shoot, they're stead down. Let's hit them when they're not. Somebody tip the hand, let them know. They'll be having inquisition on their side. So who the heck tipped the hand? Who told the Americans?
What the hell?
What's them?
I can't believe that there's nothing else airborne. And the plane out of New York, which is not a Marine Corps aircraft, he's off the radar now. Just landed at Quantico.
Wow.
So
He was not Marine.
no, it's a
Air Force. Or Army.
no, I thought it was a Armored Material Command aircraft.
Really?
Yeah, and they're not. He's just flew from New York down there, and now his stuff is off. As soon as he landed, he turned his shit off. And the crazy part about it was, it looked like his stuff was being jammed as he was coming into land.
We don't know. He won't be doing a touch and go.
He didn't come back up.
Who would jam him?
They would jam up there just to prevent anybody else from picking anything up or anything being GPS guided. Around military bases, Washington, D.C. Yeah, they spoof GPS up there all the time. Even when the president drives down the road, they spoof in front of his vehicle. All cellular frequencies.
So New Days said, idiot Biden said U.S. would take the first hit. He didn't start that policy. Clinton did. And it's a strategic policy or it's a directive. I think it's number 66 or some crazy number like that. But the directive says that we would absorb the first strike and then respond afterwards. The real question is, with what?
Well, the Russians believe that they can nuke Newport News, Virginia, and we won't respond at all.
Really?
Yeah. So, Greg, you want to give everybody an update on what's going on? I'm actually doing a little research here in the background.
Okay, we got a few new people in the room. Tim, Greg, you hear about the plan to take the Pakistan nukes? That's nothing new. We've always had a plan that if things went south in Pakistan, we'd make a mad dash in and grab them. Of course, they're probably going to resist that. Greg, I sent you a video on FB Messenger, a military convoy on the interstate of Wyoming. What do they have on the convoy, Dan? I've not had a chance to check it.
defense chiefs of South Korea and the U.S. are due to meet in Washington next week for their annual defense talks. South Korea's Defense Minister Lee Jong-suk will be meeting on Thursday with Pentagon Chief Lloyd Austin for the
winds at RDU Airport at 0. Every now and then, in early morning, winds die down. Winds are more died down this time of the day. That's got this. So when you want to do a balloon launch, this is the time of the day you want to do a balloon launch because you got the least wind. You got less interference to worry about. The Finnish government is upset, complaining that American firearms from Ukraine are winding up in their use hands. Oh, wow. Yeah, we won't be sharing that online.
Well, the Pentagon has nothing scheduled.
Now, you mean briefings, or what do you mean by nothing scheduled?
There is currently no scheduled events for the Pentagon, period, on their events page. Live events is nothing and nothing. Live today is there are currently no events scheduled for today. Upcoming events, there are currently no upcoming events scheduled.
About Admiral Kirby, is he going to be speaking at the White House?
Well, he would be at the White House. So let me see if I can find something from him.
Oh, my mother hated big armed SUVs, extra wide tractor trailer, Ford F-250s. I haven't seen that. We always, you know, we move military equipment around all the time, tanks and many other things on trains and trucks. Now, if they're going to some unusual place, then I'd be concerned. But you know, a lot of people get all concerned when they see military equipment moving. It's been going on for years.
I see nothing scheduled for the White House either.
Interesting. Maybe they're hiding in their hidey holes. Okay, Jack.
Nothing.
Well, Jack, you'll probably survive if the CPAP goes out. Mine got recalled. I didn't use it for over 6 months. Deep South, they just turned their transponders off. Then you don't see them on the radar. It means you can't see them. You can still see them if you see them with your eyeballs, but don't show up on radar. Or at least it limits the information you get. You don't know which aircraft it is. Yeah, there's going to be, how are they going to warn the public? The Russians sure ain't going to do it.
What warning?
Yeah. They're supposing an emergency warning system, once they've saw and confirmed the incoming strike, that they would alert people, but by then, it's going to be too late. You ain't going to have time to do nothing. Tuck your head between your knees if you're lucky enough to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron, I wouldn't put a lot of faith in things they tell us to be true. If you want to know where to put your faith, go look and see what they're calling misinformation.
Yeah.
Dan Gracchio, on my way to Arizona from Milo, North Dakota. Unmanned aircraft. Yeah, I saw an interesting big unmanned aircraft myself just a couple nights ago. It was an odd one. Big, with lots of lights on it. Tried to get a picture of it, but it came close. I moved too fast. I didn't get it.
Who said that Trump flew to Alaska? Was that a Monkey Works thing?
Sounds like.
Yeah. I swear.
Yeah, now C-130.
Yeah, yeah. He flew with a C-130 to Alaska.
Hey, I flown in a C-141 from Alaska to Travis Air Force Base and next to San Francisco. Military space available. I've been in 141. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, he said that Monkey said that on the evening of January 20th, that Monkey's in Israel. Can we get him to stay there? Monkey claimed that on January 20th, after the inauguration, that Trump got onto a C-17 and flew from Florida to Washington, D.C. to take the White House back.
To take the White House back.
Yeah, as if the president of the United States would fly on a C-17.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that whole taking the White House back too. He must have been listening to the guy who had a oval name with a squiggly tail at the bottom.
Yeah. What? Us be sarcastic about Monkey? Are you kidding? We renamed him. He was called Monkey Works. We call him Monkey Poo. He plays with it with his fingers.
Dan Greco says on one of the aircraft channels I follow said the President Trump plane is being repaired right now, or maybe just got done. Steve Lee, Greg, this is like 9/11. I mean, the military. Well, it's kind of the opposite. 9/11 military flights are up and commercial flights were down. Now
Right.
military flights down, commercial flights are up. Somebody asked a question. Somebody said it was good. I missed it. Shelley. So does Canada have any planes running?
Nope.
Nope.
There ain't nothing over Canada either. Not a thing. Not a thing. Not a thing. I'm telling you, folks, this is like a calm before the storm.
Could be.
I've never seen it this quiet.
Thanks, Richard. Mad Dogs Forge. That's a good name. On the flying map. Okay, you just joined.
Yeah, something's going on this morning, and we're not sure what it is. It's been going on since 2 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I gotta go up and get that coffee I put on a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Go get some of it. Thought I'll be brewed by now.
Yeah, get a glass for me.
All right. Pass it through the screen to you.
Yeah, President, appreciate that.
All right. I'll be out for a few.
All right, buddy. I'll be here. Yeah, getting very interesting here.
Randy, you in the hospital now? Yeah, I hate to be in the hospital in the war.
Yeah, I didn't see that, Floyd. Yeah, this is getting crazy. Yeah, that's why I keep telling everybody, you guys need to share this out. People need to know what in the hell's going on. We can't believe it. There's only 1,130 people on my channel watching this. This posture is irrelevant. You could have the president alive or dead. It would make no difference. The only time you do this is when you're expecting a nuclear strike against the United States. It's real simple, Glenn. Right now you see military, that's everything. That's just military. Yeah, roger that. We're just checking out what the hell's going over the US right now.
Got with my craft down here. I gotta go.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, this is getting nuts here, folks. Hit that thumbs up. There's 1,157 of you in here, and I only have 1,021 likes. I've had 7,000 people in here already. I've only got 1,000 likes. That sucks. Hit that thumbs up. I've been doing this all damn night. Least you guys can do is give me a thumbs up. I've been up since yesterday at this time. I was planning on going to bed at midnight. Just imagine if I'd have went to bed like everybody else, you guys wouldn't know a damn thing about what's going on right now, because there's nobody else in the world covering this. Sorry, appreciate that. All right, mods, and for everybody that didn't like the channel, just go through and check their name. And if they didn't like the channel, just go ahead and just delete them, ban them from the channel. If they can't give us a thumbs up, just go ahead and ban them from the channel. Just make it easy for them. All right, it is getting crazy, folks. We are seeing the U.S. military basically have all of their aircraft on the ground for hours. It's just absolutely insane that we are not seeing any
About a
US
French,
military.
you seen a French plane over Canada somewhere?
Yep. French military took off out just north of Paris, and they're going into Canada. But that's it. And they're completely avoiding the United States. It's kind of a northern flight path to take to Canada, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, shit, I mean, that's north of the Hudson Bay there.
Dang.
That's always up to Prince Charles Island.
Yeah, they're really trying hard to avoid us. You know something we don't know?
I don't know. I wouldn't have heard that the French knew anything, but
You know what we used to say, about the Frenchmen when I was in the Army?
what's that?
If you're in Europe and the balloon goes up, first thing you do is you turn around and shoot the Frenchmen, then you fight the Russians.
Yeah.
Back then, the French were fickle. You didn't know whose side they were really on. So you just eliminate that idea. That was a running joke, but I'm sure quite a few troops felt that way.
Our joke was the French know how to start fights, they just don't know how to finish them.
All right, Tommy Freelancer, could Iran or China launch using Russian airspace as an attack vector? Not very well, no. Rocket equations are pretty unforgiving. You're going to launch in the most efficient trajectory you can from your launch point. Now, China does have some, or is developing these missiles that will launch from ISO shipping containers. So if the waters are warm enough and they get one of those in the Arctic, it's possible they can launch them that way. If they were going to do a sneak launch, I would say they'd do it from Venezuela, because in Venezuela we got Russia, China, and North Korea, and Iran all operate with Venezuela. So anybody can go off the coast of Venezuela where the government don't even sit and launch something. And if it was an EMP weapon, blowing up way up in the atmosphere, anything from it would burn up on re-entry. There'd be no evidence. We would have no clue who did it. But if it happened right now, we'd assume the Russians did it. And if we assume the Russians did it,
Well, we would be able to see where it came from.
if it's coming from Venezuela in general, you wouldn't know exactly who launched it, because everybody's down there.
Right. No. I was talking about if you did something in space, if you put something up against one of our satellites, we would see it coming in and know who launched it up there. That's what I was talking about as far as in space security.
Yeah, we got a blind spot to our south.
Yeah.
Our soft underbelly was blind down there. Our friend Ambassador Hank Cooper, who I've interviewed on this channel, says we should put an Aegis Ashore system down in the Florida Panhandle, maybe around Eglin Air Force Base or somewhere, to defend ourselves from that kind of eventuality. Well, we've done nothing. And he said that at my first Power Grid Defense Conference back in 2016. So what have we done in the meantime? Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
C-27J in Arizona. Yeah, I see something in Arizona. Just taking off. Low.
Oh, he's for Yuma.
Yuma.
Yeah. That's one of them ranges. Fuck you. We're gonna fly our plane if we want.
MNHB. Well, if you're at the outskirts of the country, you shouldn't be as worried. The East Coast, it's going to be harder for that stuff to get to them. The main target centers will be the missile bases and the SAC centers and the submarine bases.
Well, let me help you out a little bit, Mr. MB or Mr. M Black 94. Your app is showing every civilian airplane in the sky. Those are commercial airplanes. We are not tracking commercial airplanes. We are tracking military airplanes. And so commercial, military, commercial, military. Does that help you any? So what do we got there? That's a BE-20. That don't help me none either. And where the hell did that come out of? What the fuck? It came out of Belvoir.
Hmm.
Okay, that's interesting. So where cod flies out of. Let's keep an eye on that. That's a C12.
Oh, that's a 12-seater. I feel one of those. That's an Army passenger plane.
They also do surveillance with those.
Mm. Could be. That's probably Army brass, though.
Getting the heck out of the area. Be interested to see where that plane goes.
Yeah, that's
Man, time to get the heck out of DC. Holy smoke. What am I doing here in DC?
All right, so I'm being told by a couple of people they've been posting their links in other channels and they've all got deleted. A lot of other channels, they will delete a link to any other channel. They just do that.
right.
I mean, you know, it's what they do. If you want post links in Facebook user groups, that might be a good way to get this out.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Belvedere don't have an airport. Mad Dogs, are you sure they don't have most Army bases got an
you
Army
said what?
airfield? Huh?
What did they say?
So Belvoir don't have an airport. I've never been on Army base. that didn't
You
have
want
an
to
airfield.
bet?
I've never been on an Army base that didn't have an airfield.
Well, you do. You want to bet?
I've never seen an Army base that didn't have
Do
an
you
airfield.
want? Do you want to bet?
Let's show them the airfield.
Yeah. Right there it is.
Yep, there it is.
That's the airfield. Here's all the helipads. This is where COG is stationed. Continuity of Government Helicopters.
Yep.
Right there.
Computer course. My first computer courses I ever took were kind of a correspondence thing, right out of Belvoir. When I was at Fort Greely, Alaska, I was taking courses out of Belvoir. That's when I started learning computers. Back in 1981.
So, and I worked at Fort Belvoir. I worked for the NVL, the Night Vision Lab, and I worked with PMMEP, which is the program manager for mobile electric power. In fact, the day that the space shuttle was on the back of the 747 flying around up the East Coast and went up to New York and landed up there, when they were getting, closing it down.
Yeah.
The day it flew around over Washington, D.C., I was actually testing my hybrid power system for stealth power for the U.S. military. I won my first test that day. The first time they didn't win, I passed. I aced the test. I blew them out of the water. They said it was impossible to do what I did. And I was like, well, you guys just tested it and I did it on your lab bench. So you tell me how it's impossible. We only used 4.5 gallons of gas.
All right. SAA 10 says if you go to your channel, my channel, it's not showing any notifications at this time.
Yep.
Do you see that, Lee?
No, I can't see it, but I don't doubt it. It happens all the time.
Yeah, maybe they don't want this getting out.
They don't want to get out. They never want what I got to say to get out. They don't want anybody to know what's going on.
All right, guys. So be blessed. You're among the chosen few.
What about the Greenbrier? Oh, you mean where that plane's gonna go? No, that ain't gonna be the Greenbrier. So he's lined up for Newmarket. He's a little north of there. So Sugar Grove, West Virginia is right over here. That's where the underground facility is. The Greenbrier is a little farther south down here. So the Greenbrier would be right here. There's White Sulphur Springs. I know that facility quite well. They also have an airport there. And they also have a huge underground facility. So he's way too north of that. He's not going to Sugar Grove, because if he was going to Sugar Grove from there, he would go straight across the mountain right here, right there, and cut across and continue across here. That would bring him right over here to Sugar Grove, West Virginia.
All right, it's almost 8 o'clock Eastern time. Where's the aircraft at?
Yeah, no shit.
Somebody asked if there's anything in Mexican airspace. No military, no American military aircraft.
Yeah, we got stuff down here. It's Colombian, and it's Colombia. That's ridiculous.
It's a Mexican military flying. I guess Mary was already looking at that. She said no. All right, this is
Well, what are people in here? Hit the thumbs up, folks.
starting to get a lot more ridiculous here.
Way more ridiculous. This is stupid ridiculous.
Wish they had my own satellites up.
Yeah, this is beyond crazy.
A pickaxe prepper. All right, guys, we got more people in the
Well,
room. I got
That's
thumbs up.
crazy. The current view and the current likes are identical. They're both 1,206.
Well, you know, you get a lot of people cycling in and out, so that means there's
Yeah.
people in that hadn't gave you a thumbs up.
Oh yeah, I've had 7,900, or excuse me, 7,594 people in here.
Well,
And I normally, before they started stealing my likes, I would get 20 and 30% likes on my videos. Now I'm lucky to get 10%. I got to beg for them.
Now, Frago, he was looking at the camera feeds in DC earlier. People asking about your DC camera feeds.
Yeah, most of them have been torn down, and we can't get into the ones.
Not
Here, I'll
much.
show you.
Not much.
Let me.
We saw a White House camera feed, and one other, I think, there wasn't nothing happening.
Oh, well, it locked up altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Try it again here. So I can do this, and I can go to there. This is the camera feeds in DC. I can only get this one to load. And it locks up when I try to go full screen, and the image quality on it just sucks.
Oh, somebody's asking for you to introduce yourself and your channel, Lee.
I'm inventor Lee Wilbarger. I've been working with the government for over 30 years. I was the senior technologist for the Dismounted Battlespace Battle Lab at Fort Benning, Georgia. I've invented a bunch of stuff for the U.S. military. I was senior technical staff for CCOM, Communications and Electronics Command. So I'm well known throughout the government, the military, and throughout the world.
Go ahead and post Lee's link in the channel drops. I'm happy with that. Go ahead. Anybody can post Lee's link in here. That way people can see it. I mean, I'd have to change screens to do that and do a bunch of other things.
Well, I can.
So y'all go ahead and do that.
If anybody wants to know who I am, they can just type in Lee Wilbarger.
And Lee wouldn't mind if some people are watching both channels post my link.
Right. I got
Lee's always been good with that. So and I'm good with posting his link here. Lee and I don't have any issues like that.
Yeah, and there's a link to who I am on the show Modern Marvels.
Lee and I respect each other.
Yeah.
Not gonna say we agree on everything, but we respect each other. We agree on enough. We can see through a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
tomfoolery
Yeah, yeah.
that a lot of other channels put out.
He and I agree on about 99% of stuff.
Yeah, we see through a lot of other tomfoolery, a lot of other channels put out.
Yeah. We have a few things in common. We don't watch most of the prepper channels, and we don't watch Monkey, and we don't watch, well, there's just a whole list of people that we don't watch because they have no idea what they're talking about.
All right, recipe. Can you please explain what else you're doing? Are you looking for all military flights? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're missing military flights right now. They're just not on the radar, and it's crazy how many are not up there. So Lee's never seen less than 57. Excuse me. And we were down to having just one drone airborne in the United States for hours this morning. And what is flying is very Spartan and very directed. Spartan and directed, and only on the edges of the country at that. So it's really weird.
I did some work with the folks at Crane. I was never at Crane, but I did some stuff for them.
Lord, excuse me.
So, and I don't think Crane's that big of a target. But yeah, I did some Navy work down there.
Yes, the space station is live. They do live transmissions off and on. Sometimes they're out of range of signal. Oh, not the bottom of my chat. Hey, mods, if y'all think I missed something in the chat that I needed to see, mention it to me. Yes, it's hard to watch everybody in the chat when you got 400 people in the chat. All right, SB did comms for CSAR Patrick. Okay. Arsenal gets so many comments. That's why there's a timeout on being able to comment in this channel, but that gives you a chance to kind of get familiar with them anyway, how people operate over there. They got their own rules. Check Trenton, Ontario, Canada, largest aid for planes. What do you mean by that? We're not tracking civilian flights because the civilian flights don't know about it, so we're tracking the military. Can Lee explain all four maps? Okay, somebody wants to hear about all four maps we're looking at.
Yeah, it's easy. So there are about 8 different maps that you can get to track aircraft, and we are using the 2 best maps for tracking aircraft. So the 2 best maps are ADS-B and Flight Radar 24. So the upper left-hand corner is ADS-B, and the upper right-hand corner is Flight Radar 24. So the 2 best maps on the planet that are available to the public are on your screen. The 2 below that are also ADS-B, but I've got them set up just to search for certain aircraft. So that's the 4 maps.
All right, let's see. Lukashenko announced a quick meeting with Putin. A guy named Farm Biz coming here said, just sub here. What we talking about? Well, what we're talking about here, to recap, is there's a really strange posture in our military aircraft. None of them are showing up. It's flying. We at 2 o'clock this morning, the only U.S. military aircraft in the air was an unmanned Global Hawk drone flying in North Dakota. Right
near nuclear silos,
right
keeping an eye on Russian nuclear silos.
Right. So And for a while, that was it. And since then, recently, there's been a very few strategic directed flights, mostly on the periphery of the country, like East Coast, nothing in the middle of the country to speak of. The least flights, Lee's been watching this stuff for 5 years. The least flights he ever saw before was 57 in the air, military flights. We're only talking military. So the concern is that a posture you would assume, if you were assuming that we would be under a nuclear strike, is you'd have all our planes put down so they wouldn't be taken out by an EMP attack or EMP from the nukes. But putting one drone up there in North Dakota next to the missile silos, which covers missile silos, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana, and our SAC air bases up there, makes the strategic sense. That's what you would have. You would have something up there doing that, and everything else stood down. So we have the posture you would expect that we would have if we were in DEFCON 2, maybe even DEFCON 1, if you're expecting to be hit by an enemy missile attack. Not saying that's going to happen. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't say Greg Allison said we were going to get attacked. But what I am saying is this is very extremely unusual to see this, what we're seeing on the radar maps right now. And to top it off, this is kind of what you'd expect to see if things were about to go south real fast, or if somebody thought they were. I don't know, guys. It's just highly unusual. It's rather alarming, actually. And that's why we're on the air at these weird hours, because this could go bad. We don't know yet. I'm not saying it will. I'm not saying it will, but it could.
Yeah, it looks ugly as shit.
Yeah, this is not a pretty picture.
And Greg, somebody in my chat asked if you would explain the Global Hawk taking a look at the Russian missile silos and how we know that from the angle of it off of the border.
Well, it's angled to see when the ICBMs come over the poles. You see it's clocked. It's not flying parallel to our border. It's monitoring best where it's got the kind of northeast, the shorter legs of the, you might say the shorter legs of the rectangle there. Although, you can monitor also on that long flight, but it's set up where all that is pointed toward Russia, and it's pointed toward those missile silos. If you were to run azimuth, it would take you back to the Russian missile silos. Now you won't be able to see them when they launch, but it'll be able to see missiles coming out of there once they come over the poles. So it's set up to be able to watch. And hopefully we got some satellites that can catch things earlier in flight. But that's what this guy is set up to do. And it's watching out for the sake of our missile silos and probably our SAC bases that are in the area too. So the fact that that was the one aircraft we had up, that really added a lot to the level of concern I had. It was bad enough that we didn't have anything in the air, but one thing we had in the air, and that's exactly where you expect to sit if we're looking for a missile strike. So if you're looking for, and you're thinking we might get hit by a missile strike, the posture we're in right now is exactly the posture you would assume to see. Not saying we're going to get hit, but it's possible. Yeah, we definitely, Mary, like to see some other planes up in the air.
Yeah, we'd like to see anything up in the air.
That's what we're looking for. Greg, please ask Lee if he knows the Vietnam Navy vet radio frequency engineering genius inventor, John B. Crosby from Southern California. You ever heard of this guy?
I don't think so.
I got to step away and blow my nose.
All right. Yeah, it's getting nuts here, folks.
It's daybreak here by now.
Absolutely nuts. Oh yeah, it's daybreak here too.
Definitely daybreak here because you're west of me.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of light out here.
Yeah, this ain't funny. There ain't nothing funny about this at all. That you, Greg? Everything went dark at about 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, we don't know if a nuke strike. We just know that the U.S. is adopting a nuclear posture of what it would look like if they thought that the U.S. was about to be struck by nukes. I don't know if DC streets should be jammed right now. It's only 7 a.m. That's downtown there. That looks pretty busy to me right there. We don't know what Russia's doing.
Somebody's worried about it, it seems.
Yeah,
It would seem that somebody is extremely worried. We've had close calls before with World War III and Russia. Never had this kind of response, even in the Cuban Missile Crisis.
oh, look, we got an E3 just launched. Oh, damn it.
Other surveillance.
That's AWACS.
Yep, that's the big one.
And there's a 135 taking off.
So why don't we AWACS coming out of the, they're coming out of Tyndall, or is that Eglin?
That's Eglin.
That's nice Eglin. No,
Yeah, that's Eglin.
Eglin.
135s coming out of McNeil. Why do they have to send that?
Why in the Gulf?
Right. Why is it the more they launch, the worse it looks.
Maybe they're listening to us and they suddenly got worried about Venezuela.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Since I've been saying Venezuela for a while.
Well, it's like I said, I called NORAD one time to ask him about something that was going on. And the guy that I called at NORAD said, Lee, we watch you. So
All right, we got new people joining. I got 417 in here now.
yeah, I got 1,220.
My numbers going up. It's Eglin NIM half mile from base, or 5 mile from base. AWACS for drug runners. We run AWACS for drug runners. That's a mighty powerful claim to look for drug runners. Holy smoke.
We look for everything with the AWACS.
All right. Did this happen before? When was the last time? No, we've not seen this before.
Never ever. Nothing even close.
I didn't see it coming from Venezuela. I saw it coming from Cuba. Oh, well, we could get an attack from Cuba. It'll be the first time that Ruskies have
contemplated that idea. Cuban Missile Crisis. And actually, Putin threatened if we moved stuff in that he would put stuff in Cuba. Okay, guys, so here's what, for the new joiners, here's what's boiling down. At 2 o'clock in this morning, the only military aircraft in the United States flying was the Global Hawk flying up there, unmanned drone, surveillance drone flying in North Dakota next to just a few miles from a missile silo field. And no other, hey, thanks, Keith Evans, appreciate that. No other military aircraft were flying. There are civilian aircraft flying. Civilians probably don't know this, that they wouldn't tip that to the civilians. Thank you, Angela, appreciate that. So so she's in Ontario, Canada, Orilla. Fort Bragg's such a cocky fort. Why do you say that, Gordon? Been at Fort Bragg. It's been, I was stationed there in the late 70s. So anyway, so what's going down here is that if you were expecting an attack from a strategic missile attack from Russia, this is what you would do. Out of concern of an EMP causing your aircraft to follow the sky, you'd put them down. You'd put them all down. And you would want to monitor. And so you would actually put an aircraft right there where that drone's at. I mean, this is exact posture you would assume if you were expecting an attack like that. Now, we do have a few really, we got something popping up down between Alabama and Mississippi. What is that, Lee? Lee may be out for a minute. So maybe Mary can see that and tell us what we're seeing there. I'll put my cursor over there, guys. What is this? You know what, Mary, can you pull that up? So anyway, what's happened is we've had this whole country, no aircraft. I mean, it hits now 8 a.m., a quarter after 8 almost, in the East Coast. You expect to see a lot of military aircraft activity here now. Something's happening here. I'd be curious to see what this is down around Fort Rucker. We have a helicopter up finally. 101st Airborne, 5 miles from the Ukraine border. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff cooking right now. We are in great tensions at the moment. Flying it, Screaming Fly Productions. Braggadocious. Do you think Fort Braggers brag? There you go, Murph, sir. Makes me want to say Smurf. Thanks too. So let's see. Okay. Anyway, so context, what's he saying? For context, what would be normal Monday? A lot more traffic than this. A lot more. We get the same questions have been asked repeatedly here. Monday morning, like I've seen that a few times. A lot more traffic. The least number of aircraft that Lee has ever seen in 5 years of almost continuous watching of this stuff is 57 at one time. We're nowhere near that. Greg, I posted this live link in Facebook's Freedom Restoration, but it has to have an authorization. Oh, wow. Let's see if I can get over there. I gotta change my screen to do that. I think I'm logged into Facebook. So what's happening here is this posture is very, very extreme. Well, we've never seen it before, not even in 9/11, where the military aircraft has stood down like this. A helicopter over Alabama, call signs nuke D-45. That don't make me feel any better. Not with that call sign. Hey, Lee.
No, it doesn't.
Helicopter over, looks like Fort Rucker.
Yeah, I'm tracking it.
The call sign nuked or nuked 45. Oh my God. That is not the call sign I'd want to see. All right. I'm an ass stuff.
Getting crazier by the minute.
So if we could see a few more helicopters go up or something, we might call it a day. I got to ship worms here a little bit.
Yeah, I got to go pass out somewhere.
Pass out. I don't get that option now. I got to go to work. Let's see here. La. Admin assistant.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
Pinned in post, that's what.
We don't do DEF CONs here. Nobody knows what the DEF CON is. Anybody that claims they do has no idea what they're talking about.
Getty, I saw a post. I thought it was for this. And I thought it said that this on the front, but after I clicked it, it went to something else. Something about Elon. I don't know.
Oh, Elon still won't give me my Twitter account back.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so the Scott Ritter, who's a 2-time pedophile convicted and was kicked off the weapons inspection team for propaganda for the Russians and was accused as being a traitor for the Russians. Elon immediately restored his Twitter account, but won't touch mine.
He was a convicted pedophile?
Yeah, Scott Ritter is, yeah.
Oh my God. I've heard
Twice.
names many times. Oh my God.
Yeah, twice. He's a 2-time loser.
Jeez. All right, New Days. Greg, do I need to watch Red Dawn today? I don't think any invasion forces are coming over. We might get some missiles.
Oh, we got our first 2 training aircraft.
Oh, good. Maybe we can call it a day here in a minute.
E6 out of DC.
Two days I can't find the post that you're talking about. I can't find it there, New Days. E6 just took off DC, says Duramax. Okay, well, E6 doesn't give us a lot of comfort.
Yeah, I'm tracking it right here.
Lost in space. Our commercial flight. Yeah, commercial flights are up right now. They have been, but the commercial side don't know what's going down them, and I don't tell them. It would tip off their hand. Watch around Meridian, Mississippi, not a lot. Been through there many times. Okay, yeah, I saw the Elon thing. It's creepy at best. Yeah, this is. At best, it's creepy. Oh, well, I'll shut this Facebook thing down.
Where's the trainers at, Lee?
They were over Mississippi right here.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Very good.
one of them landed already. This is absolutely strange. Well, we're getting more aircraft up there than here at
Rucker.
Rucker, so that's a good thing. Yep, that's a good thing.
Maybe it's off then.
DC-10. Yeah, but this guy's still there. That's yep, very interesting. All right. I don't know what they're doing. I'm gonna leave mine up a little bit. Let me see here. What time is this? 6 hours. That'd be 1 o'clock. Yeah.
I got 436 people in my watch rate.
Yeah, you're catching me. I've only got 1,270.
This is probably dang near a record for my channel. I don't know. I might have had more than this once.
Oh, I've had 10,000 in here before, but YouTube doesn't want to share out what I'm doing.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're shadow banning me like a mother.
Rucker is alive. I'm hearing. Okay, Murph Surf says he can hear the aircraft at Rucker.
Yep.
Rucker's alive.
New
Valor
29 heli just took off.
Valor 82 plane in Grimes, Alabama. How much longer are you going to keep yours live, Lee?
Oh, I'll just probably leave it up by itself going. I'll put some music in the background and leave the maps
I'm
up.
sharing. I'm here. Thank you, Brandy. I tell you what I'm going to do then.
Okay.
I'm gonna switch and leave mine up for a little bit, but I'm gonna switch channels because guys, if y'all watch my if y'all all subscribe and watch my new channel, Swivel Ahead News on YouTube, this many people in about 3 hours would put it up for being monetized for watch time. No, it wasn't. It still needs 4,000 hours, but you'd put me a long way toward it. Long way toward it. So we could start counting that channel. If y'all would all subscribe, that would help a lot too. So I'm going to switch this over to, hey Brandy, I'm going to switch this over to my new channel, Swivel Ahead News on YouTube. So
All right, now quick question for you, Greg. Are you going to leave my stream coming to you?
yeah,
So you get all these maps? Okay.
yeah. I'm
All
just going to switch the channel I am monitoring it from. But I got you up in Jitsi, but I'm monitoring you through Zoom.
Yep.
So I will leave
Yeah.
it like that. It's just I'm one to shut down I'll shut down the Zoom and restart it with the other channel.
All right. Then we'll put up a little bit of background music for everybody here. My spy music.
Okay, don't do. Is anything that's
No, it's copyright free.
copyright free? Okay, good.
Yeah, yep. I got copyright free music, and I won't turn it all the way up so you can talk over it.
Well, I am going to. I got some things I got to get ready for here. I got, like I said, I got ship worms and some other stuff.
All right, not a problem.
Oh, okay, Tammy. Sorry. Well, there will be a link to this on my channel where people can see the background, because that's where all the background data is going to be. I mean, this will be posted as a video on Green Rex, so they can see it and it'll give them the background, the context. So if those of you that are in the room now, if y'all can go, all right, new days is just put the link in here. That's the Swivel Ahead News link. And I need to move a lot of this kind of content over to that channel, guys, to preserve the Green Rigs for my other ventures, or I'll risk getting it shut down. So if y'all would, everybody go to Swivel Ahead News. I'm about to log off here and start a podcast over there. There's some funny limericks and stuff y'all might watch and get a kick out of right over there for the time being. So I'm gonna stop the share for the time being. Hello. And I am going to end